I was missing. A note to tell you. Okay. Right. I have not. Everything.
All right. I will call to order the Monday, oh shoot, lost it already. How did that happen? I'm not kidding. The Monday, May 9th, 2022 meeting of the Oregon City Planning Commission. Commissioner Gage is en route. We have not heard from Commissioner Staggs, but can we call roll? Thank you.
Commissioner Bob LaSalle,
Here.
Commissioner Mike Mitchell,
Here.
Chair Dirk Schlagenheffer,
Here.
Commissioner Daphne West,
Here.
Commissioner Greg Stoll.
Here. Okay, thank you. Okay. Before we begin, are there any public comments on items not on the agenda? Okay. Anything online? Okay. They're rare, but I need to ask. Okay. First item on the agenda, it's a public hearing. It's a general land use application, GLUA 21-00045, MAS 21-00006, VAR 22-00001, Park Place Crossing General Development Plan. It is a quasi-judicial land use application, so we have a quasi-judicial hearing script. One public hearing on land use applications is scheduled tonight. Our role is to conduct the public hearing and to make decisions about the matter before us. In making those decisions, we must apply the applicable codes and laws and cannot vary from or change those laws or codes. Members of the Planning Commission are to be unbiased. Before the start of the hearing, I will ask the Planning Commissioners whether they have any potential conflicts, such as family, financial, or business relationships with any of the applicants, or with regard to the land in question. I will also ask whether any of the Planning Commissioners have discussed the application in question with any of the parties or have independent knowledge of relevant facts, such as from a visit to the site in question. Any member of the audience may question any Planning Commissioner about their disclosures. A staff report has been prepared for each application and has been made available to the public 7 days before the first public hearing. The staff report identifies the approval criteria that apply to each applicant's proposal. Staff has analyzed the criteria which are contained in the staff report. The quasi-judicial hearing procedure that the Planning Commission will follow is set out in state law and the Oregon City Municipal Code. The hearing procedure steps are shown on the Planning Commission website and on that wall. Public testimony will be called on in order it was requested in advance of the meeting. If you have not emailed city staff at planning@orcity.org to request to speak and would like to testify, please raise your virtual or physical hand when I ask if there are others in the audience who would like to participate. For the public record, please begin all testimony stating your name and city of residence. If you'd like to receive a copy of the notice of decision, please state your mailing address or email address. Testimony and evidence should be directed towards the applicable approval criteria. If you believe other criteria apply in addition to those addressed in the staff report, identify and discuss those criteria and explain how and why you believe they apply to the application under consideration. Any person may submit written material while the public record is open on each application. Any written materials received by the city staff during the time period in which the record is open will be placed in the record. Written materials submitted during the public hearing must be presented to the city staff in order to become part of the record. If a person intends for PowerPoint presentations, reports, pictures, or other exhibits used in oral testimony to be placed in the record, copies must be submitted to city staff while the record is open. If they're not given to the staff, they will not be included in the record. Any person wishing a continuance to present additional evidence and testimony or to keep the record open to respond to new evidence must make that request before the public testimony portion of the hearing is closed. If the Planning Commission makes a decision with which you disagree, any issue you may wish to appeal must have been raised on the record for consideration of the City Commission or LUBA or both. Without raising the issue on the record with sufficient detail and accompanied by statements or evidence that the city and all parties can respond to, the issue will not be deemed appealable to the City Commission or State Land Use Board of Appeals. In addition, the failure of an applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient detail to allow the local government or its designee to respond to the issue precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Now we will open the record for Oregon City file number GLUA-21-00045, MAS 21-00006, VAR 22-00001, Park Place Crossing General Development Plan. We will now ask each planning commissioner if they have had any ex parte contacts, conflicts of interest, any bias, or any other statement to declare, and if they have visited the site. If there was a site visit, the planning commissioner must declare what he or she perceived. I do want to mention that Commissioner Gage is now with us. So if we could add that to the record, and then I'm going to go straight into the disclosures, and we will start with Commissioner LaSalle.
I declare ex parte contacts as follows. Number one, as the land use chair of the Park Place Neighborhood Association, I have presented their opinions, concerns, and desires to both the Planning Commission and the City Commission on several occasions. Number two, I have discussed development on several occasions during conversations with members of the community. Number three, I've been involved with the development since its first application for annexation. Number four, I've driven into the site. Considering the ex parte contact, I would like to explain that as my role as the Park Place Land Use Chair, I presented the opinions and the interests of the Park Place Steering Committee and in the best way possible. Just as a public defender, I presented the issues as my own opinion, regardless of personal opinions. Considering my experience and training in decision-making, I believe I can maintain a neutral position considering the matter before us. At the same time, I have exceptional knowledge of the issue, and I'm sure more than any other commissioner, and I'll have several questions, many questions and statements as the proceedings progress.
Commissioner Mitchell.
No bias, no conflict of interest. I did make a visit to the area of the site. I did not go on to the actual site. My intention and impression from the visit, I traveled Livesay Road, and my impression was it would require substantial work to be adequate to assist for access to the site. And I also visited the streets around the Trailview subdivision. And my impression was that just like the streets in the neighborhood that I live in, they are local streets with cars parked on both sides of the street, just a standard local street. I have no conflict of interest. However, I do want to declare again, which I did the last time, but there are a lot of people here that weren't there 2 weeks ago. These are not a conflict of interest, but I do want to declare two items. Number one, 15 years ago when my wife and I moved to Oregon City, Icon Construction built our home. And secondly, when I ran for City Commission unsuccessfully 3 years or so ago, Mr. Handress, who's the owner of Icon Construction, did contribute to my campaign.
Thank you. Commissioner West.
I would like to declare that in 2008, I was on City Commission when we adopted this plan. And in 2007, 2008, it's somewhere in there, I had visited this site, but I have not been through it lately, since 2007, 2008. So I've also purchased property from Mark Handress, the owner of Icon Development, and he contributed to my campaign election campaign for my 2015 election as a city commissioner. But I feel like I can be neutral and make my decision according to the applicable criteria of this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gage.
I have no ex parte contact. I have not visited this site. And I have no conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Stoll.
I'd like to start off by saying that although I missed the last meeting, I have viewed the recording in its entirety and familiarized myself with the materials, so I'm up to speed. I have no conflicts of interest. I have no bias. I did do no ex parte contact in person. I did do a site visit. I did a couple site visits. Livesay up to the end of Frank Lane or Frank Road, through the Trailview subdivision and down to the end of Edenwild. Today, I revisited the site from the north end as well. On LiveSave, for my own information, I got out and measured the width of the paved road. West of Swan, it appeared to be between 15 and 19 feet wide, 16 and 18 feet wide. East of Swan, it appeared to be 15 to 19 feet wide paved. In my preparation for that visit, I visited the Clackamas County mapping website and noted that east of Swan Avenue, the right-of-way for LiveSay is 40 feet legally, and west of Swan Avenue, it is 33 feet legally. So it appears that the actual publicly owned right-of-way is much wider than what exists or what is paved currently.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Staggs is not showing up online or here? No, okay.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Then it's myself, okay. No conflicts of interest, no bias. I had some site visits, I had several. After the last meeting, some of the comments mentioned springs and lots of water coming out of the ground. I wanted to see that for myself. So I got a hold of Kenneth Naish. I looked at the notes I took and I found out that that is who mentioned the springs. I arranged a site visit with him. Went out there, saw he's off to the right. I don't know if that is east or depending on which way the map is pointing. I'm not 100% sure. It's off to the right of this development, so he doesn't directly abut it. I still thought it was relevant to see what the land has to hold. I saw a very elaborate water collection system. I think it was cisterns, probably 20 of them, that filled up a reservoir. It was quite impressive. I guess it's not used anymore, but they still collect the water. It probably helps, prevent landslides. I'm not sure what the purpose of it was besides probably water supply at the time, but I understand it is no longer used. So after I visited with Kenneth, I then got a hold of Tom Guile. I wanted to see the pinch point, and I wanted to see what we could see near his property. So we started out at the pinch point, noted a pretty tall retaining wall in that back corner yard that they are intending to cut off. So I noted that the map showed that there should be some kind of a stream starting there, but we saw no signs of a stream, even though it had rained probably a day earlier. But we did note a lot of large rocks at the back of the property, which could technically be in the creek bank. I have no idea, but we saw no signs of water. Then I walked down the hill to where the geo report showed wetlands. And I found those, and I found water coming out of the ground. So the fact that the geo report says that it's made by a logging road, and then my observation that water comes out of the ground, I'm not sure how those work together. And then Tom and I, we tried to go up to the top of LiveSay to visit Kirk Tolstrud, but we were held back by his dog. He tried, Tolstrup, he tried to bite the front tire off my van. So we had to abort the mission. I had to arrange a meeting with him, so he secured the fur missile. And I was able to go up there, and I looked around, and there was nothing really concerning. It looks like the water drains off that hill pretty well. It goes into a creek. But he did mention that the wetlands I had found the day before do stay wet year-round, which I kind of assumed. And that was pretty much it. I admired his view. He's got up there. It's a really nice view. And that was the end of my site visits. Okay. Sorry to bore you with all that, but it had to be said. All right. Would anybody in the audience care to question any of the commissioners on their declarations? All right, thank you. Okay, we will now commence with the staff report, and I believe this is going to be Kelly. Ms. Kelly Reed?
Thank you, Chair Schlagenhofer.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Kelly Reed, planner with Oregon City. And this is our second public hearing for this item, GLUA 2145 Park Place Crossing General Development Plan. This is a request for a general development plan approval and variance, both of which are type 3 quasi-judicial reviews. Oh, my clicker's not going to work. Okay. Okay, so tonight's hearing, we are going to hear the staff report. The applicant is going to give their presentation today, followed by public testimony, then rebuttal by the applicant, and then planning commission deliberation. We do have multiple requests for continuances. I do want to mention that because the first hearing was last hearing and we had a continuance, there's no obligation at this time to grant another continuance, but that is something that you can do. You're just not obligated to. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about the project history here and this process we're going through. So this property, this 92-acre property was part of the Park Place Concept Plan, which was adopted by the city in 2008. And that was a type 4 process adopted by the city commission. So that was a very conceptual level, high level plan. That's why I have the little graphic 30,000 feet there. Following the concept plan adoption in 2017, several property owners applied for annexation and zone change of this 92 acres. And that was, again, a type 4 review. That was approved, bringing that land into the city limits and assigning zoning to it, 3 different zones. And we talked a little bit about that last hearing, so I'm not going to go over the same information. That annexation and zone change had a list of conditions of approval, which are then going to apply as we move forward, as the owners move forward with development of the property. Next, where we are now is general development plan review. That's a type 3 review. And so this gets us down to kind of the 10,000 feet level. So it's a little bit more detailed than the concept plan, but it's still fairly high level. Following the general development plan, the city's code is set up to allow for the general development plan to be followed by detailed development plans, which are reviewed at a type 2 staff level for each phase of the development within the general development plan. Each detailed development plan must be consistent with the approved GDP or general development plan. And those type 2 reviews do include a public notice with mailing to everyone within 300 feet and a 14-day public comment period. And those decisions are appealable to the city commission in the same way that the type 3 decisions are. And then you get down to ground level and you get to construction plans and permit reviews. So that's the development process. We're kind of right there in the middle at the 10,000 square foot or 10,000 foot level right now. All right, so the clicker's still not working, but thank you. So because we're reviewing this at a high level, there are going to be a lot of details that are not really applicable at this time, but will be part of the detailed development plan review for each phase. So those items include tree removal, tree mitigation, geologic hazard compliance, natural resource overlay district compliance, the detailed design of stormwater treatment, final block lengths, final lot sizes and layouts, and further transportation analysis. So a lot of the public comments that that are in your agenda packet and on your desk right now have to do with some of these topics. And these are, again, things that will be reviewed in more detail at a future time and are not necessarily fully relevant for this high-level review. Next slide, please. So the applicant has proposed the general development plan for 476 total housing units, includes 126 attached units, also you could also call them townhomes, and 350 detached dwellings. The plan includes the construction of Holly Lane, which is a planned collector street, a future public park site of 4.4 acres, about 1.3 acres of commercial or civic space provided in 2 separate parcels down in the southern edge of the site, and an off-street trail system within the protected natural areas. Next slide, please. So the applicant has proposed to develop this property in 6 phases, now through 2030. City code allows general development plans to last 20 years, so it is possible for it to go beyond 2030. And there are a couple of, 1 modification and 3 adjustments that are being requested within this general development plan. Modification to street width standards for a small segment of Holly Lane, and I'll talk more about that later. And the adjustments are to dimensional standards, for garage placement, and for density standards, and I'll talk more about those as well. The applicant also requested a variance for minimum lot size for attached single-family homes. Next slide, please. So the Park Place concept plan is really what we're looking at to review this application for compliance. We need to show that, or the applicant needs to show that the plan is compliant with the Park Place concept plan, the city's comprehensive plan, and the city's municipal code, namely Chapter 1765 master plans, and then any other chapters that are applicable. So the staff report includes an analysis of all of these items. Next slide, please. So the Park Place concept plan, adopted in 2008, did require a minimum level of density in order to comply with the regional housing goals. When the land was added to the urban growth boundary and planned for future development, the city in 2008 had to show that we complied with that minimum density, that we were going to be providing enough housing, enough land for housing within that area. And so the density that was required in that area ended up resulting in 1,458 units total in the whole concept plan area. And that includes land between Redland and Holcomb, and then land south of Redland near Ogden Middle School, which I think is now called Tumwata Middle School. And so overall, 1,458 units. And the next slide, please. Some urban growth boundary expansions are meant for industrial land. This one was specifically for residential land. And so we see majority of the land being planned for residential uses, a very small portion of it planned for commercial uses, small retail or civic spaces to serve those residential areas. So in the North Village, which is the area between Redland and Holcomb, which kind of centers around Livesey Road. That's the North Village in the concept plan, and that area, particularly, the breakdown is 937 units. So the applicant's 92 acres represents about half of the North Village acreage. So when we look at half of the North Village acreage, we can extrapolate that and say that the applicant really needs to show that they can provide half of the housing units that are required in that area. So half of 937 is 469 units. So that we can think of that as our minimum number of units required in this 92 acres. Can you go to the next slide, please? So the applicant has proposed 476, and then with one minor change in the future, 477 units, which is slightly above the required minimum 469 units in this area. I want to note that the zoning here is mostly R5, with a little bit of neighborhood commercial zoning and a little bit of R10. When the city approved the annexation and zone change in 2017, the staff report indicated that further rezoning would be necessary to be before this area is developed, in order for it to be able to be developed in consistent with the concept plan. So at that time, the city and the applicant, I think probably too, anticipated that some of that R5 zoning might become R3.5. Some of the R10 could become R8 or R6, and that some of the neighborhood commercial could potentially become mixed-use corridor. So those are all kind of in the same category as the land use categories that these represent, but represent denser zones. So we did anticipate that the zoning would be a more dense zone in the future, that these zones were kind of the minimum density for the land use categories that were planned in the concept plan. Now, fast forward to 2021, and the applicant submits this master plan application, but is not proposing a zone change. In order to provide the 469 units that are necessary to be consistent with the concept plan, instead of proposing zone changes, the applicant has proposed a variance, a lot size adjustment, and a density adjustment. When you put those together, you can arrive at a number close to or slightly above 469 units. And the mitigation that's provided for the variance and these adjustments is in the form of additional open space acreage that is beyond what was anticipated in the concept plan area. So because of the need to provide the minimum number of units in the concept plan, staff is recommending approval of a density adjustment, the lot size adjustment, and the variance. Without these adjustments and variances, it would be potentially possible, but a lot more challenging for the applicant to be able to reach 469 units. And of course, we do recommend some conditions of approval in addition to the mitigation that's proposed. We're recommending additional conditions of approval that are on your list in the staff report, but we do recommend approval of these items. Next slide, please. I'll forgive, I'm probably going to end up going beyond 15 minutes, so please forgive me for that. But I want to address a question that was brought up last hearing by Commissioner Mitchell about how the HB 2001 code amendments for middle housing would impact this proposal. So this application was submitted July 20th, 2021. For future detailed development plan applications, the applicant can choose to use the code that was in place in July 20th, 2021, or to go with whatever code is in place at the time. So when they apply for their phase 1 DDP in 2023, they can choose that code in place in 2023, or they can go back to 2021. So we anticipate next month, the City Commission to adopt these code amendments. So any of the detailed development plan submitted by the applicant, they'd have the option of using the future code, meaning future detailed development plans could propose lots and lot sizes that accommodate middle housing types. So for example, 1,500 square foot townhome lots or 7,000 square foot lots for quadplexes. And this is in the R5 zone. Also, at the time of building permit application, so for any variety of lot configuration, once those lots are created and platted, let's say there's a 5,000 square foot lot that's created through a detailed development plan, a contractor that's coming in to pull a building permit for that lot can rely on the code in place at the time in the future, which will allow for middle housing, and could propose a duplex on that lot instead of a single family home, even though the master plan that we're looking at today has no duplexes proposed in it. Now, the caveat to all of that is that traffic studies are still apply. So the applicant turned in a traffic study and is showing compliance for, a certain number of units. And so going beyond that those number of units would affect the traffic volumes and the trip generation. And so the future detailed development plans would have to address that. And if a building permit proposes, through a building permit, there are more units proposed than were approved by whatever traffic analysis was done, then we won't be able to approve the construction of that unit. Does that answer your question? Well, I'll let you sit on that and then ask later. Next slide, please. Okay, so another adjustment that was requested by the applicant is an adjustment to the garage design standard. The request was to allow front-loaded garages, so garages facing the front. The current standard for the Park Place concept plan area specifically is that garages must be detached side entry or rear entry. And the reason for that was to create a pedestrian environment, a nice pedestrian environment with not a lot of driveways and, nice front facades with porches instead of garage doors. That was through the public engagement process of the concept plan adoption. So there is in the code, it does allow for exemptions to that standard that are envisioned to be reviewed through the detailed development plan, where the applicant can propose some front-loaded garages if they have a design that mitigates the impact that a front entry attached garage has on the pedestrian environment. So because there is some flexibility at the time of detailed development plan, and because the applicant did not demonstrate that that there would be no impact on the pedestrian environment, we're recommending denial of that request for that adjustment. Next slide, please. So portions of the site are in the geologic hazard overlay. Josh Wheeler, our assistant city engineer, is here to answer any questions about geologic hazards if any come up. We have recommended conditions of approval to avoid construction on steep slopes where necessary. You can see a few through the middle of the site there. There are portions where Holly Lane, other streets, and some residential lots are proposed on those steep slopes. So that would likely require some adjustments to the layout of the development in the future detailed development plans. And each application that we receive as a detailed development plan is going to have to address geologic hazards where if that overlay is present in that phase. Next slide, please. Parks and open space. So the applicant proposed a 4.4 acres of land to be dedicated to the city. The city would then build a park on that land. We have a recommended condition of approval for the timing of that dedication. We have a condition of approval recommended for provision of infrastructure to that park and street frontage improvements. And then there's the rest of the area in the plan that is shown as trails and open space is not proposed to be publicly owned. That would be private HOA-owned land with public access easements over those trails. The Park Place concept plan called for an 8 to 10 acre park in the North Village area. So the applicant provided a map showing how that 4.4 acres could be added to with additional park acreage to create that larger park. And that's what's shown here. Some of the land that they're showing for the additional acreage, or much of it, is in a natural resource overlay district and a geologic hazard overlay. So it's not flat and usable like the rest of the land that is of the 4.4 acres that's proposed on the applicant's site. Next slide, please. Last week, the applicant sent a letter to you regarding condition of approval number 10, which has to do with when that park land is required to be dedicated to the city. The current language of condition 10 says that it needs to be dedicated at final plat of phase 1, even though the acreage of the park is not adjacent to phase 1. So the applicant disputed that condition, and staff is providing an alternative option, alternative language for condition 10 here that requires the applicant to contribute a fee in lieu of a park at phase 1, calculated based on the value of the land and the value of the park improvements. They would pay that fee in lieu at phase 1, and then at phase 2, dedicate the 4.4 acres. Once that 4.4 acres is dedicated to the city, we release that money back to the applicant because now we have our park acreage. So that's the suggested revision to condition 10 for your consideration. Next slide, please. Natural Resources Overlay District. So you can see in purple on the map is the overlay. This is based on 1999 wetland inventory data, and the applicant submitted a study that delineated wetlands and streams on the site at a more finer grain. However, 2 of the properties there shown in yellow were not included in that study. So we don't know what's really on the ground in those 2 yellow areas, but we do have the information from the applicant about the rest of the site. So for any parts of the site that do have overlay district on them, we would need an actual natural resource overlay verification application to be part of the detailed development plan. Excuse me. In addition, the applicant has proposed a density transfer, meaning the areas within the natural resource that have been removed from the calculation of net developable area. You can add back 1/3 of that area and to your net developable area so that you can get back a few of those, a little bit of that density that's lost because of the overlay district. So in order to accommodate those additional lots, you kind of have to shrink them up because you're protecting the Enrod and you're building all your units on this smaller area because you're not touching anything in the natural resource. So the density transfer is proposed. We have some conditions of approval about that. Next slide, please. The applicant's natural resource overlay study found some wetlands on the property. Those wetlands are outside of the city's mapped Enrod boundary. Our code does not allow us to regulate those wetlands or establish a buffer around them in the way that we can if they were in the NROD, the mapped NROD. So those wetlands are still regulated by the state and the federal Army Corps of Engineers, but the city does not regulate them through the Natural Resource Overlay District. The applicant submitted today the documentation from the Department of State Lands showing that they've submitted those delineations to the state lands, and this department has accepted and approved those, and has indicated that the larger wetlands that are shown here, excuse me, are they are locally significant wetlands that will be regulated by the Department of State Lands. So totally, that's completely outside of the city's process, and the Department of State Lands typically would give permits for filling in a wetland and require mitigation, usually off-site, sometimes on-site. Next slide, please. Okay, transportation. I promise we're almost done. Applicant's traffic study, it accounts for background traffic growth. It accounts for planned developments that haven't occurred yet, like Sears Farm, or developments that have been approved but not built, Sears Farm, North End, and it accounts for pandemic-related traffic fluctuations. So the study was reviewed by the city's transportation consultant, John Replinger. He's here. If you have any questions about the traffic study, he can answer those. We have indicated through conditions of approval that future traffic studies are going to be needed for every phase, except phase one. We have enough information to be able to review phase one without anything more. And then there are a number of transportation system plan projects that are at intersections in the city and on streets like Holcomb Boulevard, where the traffic from the development is going to be using those intersections and using those roads. And so we've calculated the proportional share of the cost of those transportation projects at those intersections that the applicant is responsible for. And we've included that as a condition of approval for phase one, so that we know what comes with phase one. So that's in your list of conditions of approval. It's several $100,000 worth of contributions to transportation projects throughout the city, but mostly centered around in the Park Place area. Next slide, please. I think, okay. Okay, so Highway 213 and Redland Road, this is the bottleneck for this development. At phase two, the traffic study shows that the intersection will be over capacity. The city's code for general development plans says that the transportation system shall be made capable of serving the development. And that means that added capacity needs to be available for that development and not just planned or paid for. So proportional share for this isn't sufficient. The actual improvement needs to be built and constructed, and capacity needs to be available. So the city has a TSP project. It's project number D79, also known as Jug Handle Phase 2. So that is the project that the city has identified that would add capacity to that intersection. So we have a condition of approval recommended here that says that the capacity will need to be available at that intersection for each phase. And so that's going to be a problem that needs to be solved before any phases beyond phase one can be approved. Next slide, please. Other traffic impacts from this development are on the local streets, existing neighborhood streets in the area. So there are, the development will be served by new Street A, shown connecting to Holcomb Boulevard. That will be a local street. That's an interim street until Holly Lane is extended all the way up to Holcomb Boulevard. When phase 3, if and when phase 3 is built, then the new development will be connected to the existing subdivision here via Cattle Drive, Shartner Drive, and Journey Drive. So at that time, a lot of these new folks will be driving through that neighborhood to get to Holcomb Boulevard. And because of that, there's one access that currently serves 108 houses. And so this is going to add a lot more units, housing units, to be using those local streets. And it appears that the traffic volumes on those streets could exceed 2,000 trips per day, as if everything is developed as proposed. And what we've indicated in the staff report is that over 2,000 trips per day is more like a collector level traffic volume, and it's not really appropriate for local streets, and it will have impacts in this neighborhood. And so if traffic studies show that any proposed phase of development is going to result in more than 2,000 trips per day within that neighborhood, then that will trigger the applicant to build a southern connection down to Redland Road, and to add traffic calming elements to the streets that are leading up and connecting with Cattle Drive, Shartner Drive, and Journey Drive. That southern connection to Redland Road could come in the form of the Holly Lane extension that is planned in the concept plan, but it does not necessarily have to be exactly that street, but some sort of vehicular connection to Redland Road would need to be provided to allow for that, an outlet for those folks, so that not all of the traffic is going up to Holcomb Boulevard through the existing neighborhood. Next slide, please. Sorry, this shows that Holly Lane extension going down to Redland Road. So this is what we call the shadow plat drawing, showing how the rest of the concept plan area could be developed to get folks out to Redland Road. Next slide, please. A couple more transportation issues. One is street connectivity. So you can see on the left image, this is the concept plan. You can see Holly Lane in the middle there, which kind of is shown in between the blue and red squares or shapes. And then on either side of Holly Lane, there are more streets, local streets, that connect north-south into a kind of a grid in that area. The proposal from the applicant here on the right does not include any of those local street connections. There's no street grid proposed here, with only one street actually connecting south, which is Holly Lane. So we've written a condition of approval. It's recommended to you to require that the applicant include at least one street connection in addition to Holly Lane that goes south to the southern edge of the property, and that it should be provided on the east side of Holly Lane where the stormwater facility is shown. We don't prefer it to be where the park is located. That will be that a pedestrian walkway is sufficient to serve that side. But we have a condition of approval that another connection be provided, which will likely require a revision to the layout of where the storm facility is. And a lot of things might have to be adjusted to accommodate that connection. Next slide, please. the Holly Lane modification request. So this is the pinch point that you mentioned. So there is a narrow area that Holly Lane needs to pass through. I think this has been discussed all along in the concept planning process as well. So the normal width for Holly Lane throughout the development is, I think, 85 feet wide. That includes sidewalks, planter strips, bike lanes, on-street parking, a center turn lane, and 2 travel lanes. In this area, in order to fit the street through this narrow area, the planter strip and the on-street parking would be eliminated, and the width of that of the street would be reduced down to 57 feet going through there. And so because the bike lanes, the sidewalks, and the travel lane, vehicular lanes will be continuous and won't be affected by this, staff recommends approval. Next slide, please. So the Planning Commission has several options tonight. You could approve the application with recommended conditions of approval. You could approve the application with revised conditions. We would need to come back for another hearing to adopt revised findings and conditions so that we can make sure we get it right and write the conditions the way you want them. You could deny the application. That would also require another hearing in order to adopt the final revised findings. And 4, you could continue the hearing to a date certain if you need more information or more time to reach a decision. Any questions for staff?
Any questions? Want to just start on the right and work our way over? Any questions?
Well, I have one question.
Where Livesey Road ends in relationship to the southern boundary.
Commissioner LaSalle, is your microphone on? And there are folks in the back who couldn't hear you. Sorry.
My question was, can they show us where Livesey Road ends at the southern boundary of the proposed development?
I can work on getting that map up and sent over to Cindy and Aquila.
Is there a map that shows it in your presentation?
Perhaps. I'll send you something, or I'll put it in the folder. Any other questions?
I'm still not sure where that boundary is, but does the existing Livesey Road end where the proposed Holly Lane starts?
Is this map helpful at all? This is kind of the concept plan with the applicant's proposal laid over it. So this is Holly. I don't know if you can see that cursor moving up there. Is that helpful to your question?
Yeah, is that where the existing Livesey Road now ends?
I think maybe the applicant could answer that question in their presentation.
Well, there's a corner there.
Yeah, there's a corner.
There's a corner.
And that's the spot where I want to know where that connects to the development,
Yeah.
where that corner is in relation to the development.
I believe it's an existing corner unless they're moving it, but I think the applicant could probably answer that better.
I think if you bring up the, what was it called, diagrams and plans, PDF that the applicant submitted, and bring up map number 8.
Yep, page 8.
Page 8 is going to show that.
I don't know if it goes down far enough.
Okay, it might take me a minute to
Looks like this.
navigate to that.
Yeah. So it's in the diagrams and plans PDF,
Okay.
and then map 8. Page 8.
It's one of the attachments in the agenda packet, if you can access the agenda packet.
I can try the agenda packet, but our software hasn't been working today. But Kelly, do you know where it is?
I'll send you the file path. It looks like Livesey Road extends a little bit beyond where
I think map 16 shows it better.
Holly Lane is proposed to come down.
Map 16. It's not the corner I was thinking. Commissioner LaSalle, you have this one?
I don't have it with me.
Here. It shows where it's.
Oh, I see, okay.
You can see the gravel road.
It goes there? Okay.
Now I don't have my map.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I had.
Yeah, I assumed it was the corner, and that's the problem with making assumptions. Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner LaSalle?
That's all I had, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Mitchell?
Yeah, two things at this point, and then a procedural question. At our last hearing, there were several public comments with regard to not receiving the notification postcard. Was that issue investigated?
Yes, we sent notice to everyone within 300 feet, including those outside of the urban growth boundary. I think those folks might have just been outside of the 300 feet buffer.
Okay, so that was 300 feet, including people outside the urban growth boundary.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then on that HB 2001, I've been sitting here trying to figure that out. So that expedited land process can happen after the DDP, after a detailed development plan, and can happen at building plan time. So I want to make sure I understand what you said. If we, let's just assume that we approve that that 479 building units, and in the process of phase 1 or phase 2, some duplexes start to appear. Does that mean that before we got to phase 6, we'd hit that 479 cap and it would have to stop?
So yeah, you could reach the maximum number of units approved before you hit, phase 5 or phase 6 in that scenario. What we're requiring for each DDP, so each phase that comes in, we're recommending that the applicant provide, a revised traffic study and a documentation showing how they are meeting, how their plan is continuing to be consistent with the Park Place concept plan and meeting that minimum density. So if there are differences in what gets built because of middle housing provisions, then at each phase, we would kind of get another look at it to make sure that it's still complying with all the transportation conditions, not going beyond what's approved, and that we're kind of still on the same path and consistent with the concept plan.
Okay. Before I go further, I have 20 or so questions on conditions of approval, but before we go that far down in the weeds, I think there's a lot of bigger issue things that we need to talk about with the applicant. And also, I'd like to hear the public comments. Will there be an opportunity for us to loop back with staff and talk about specific conditions of approval?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, then I'll hold off my other questions until we hear from the applicant and the public comment.
Okay, Commissioner West, question for staff?
Well, I hate to take the time, I was going to follow up with Commissioner Mitchell's question on, so at the at the detailed development plan stage, somebody can still do a duplex, triplex, or fourplex? They have to know before, if at that stage of the plan, not after the plan's submitted and an individual, say they sell all the lots to different people. So can they do that then? I'm sorry, I didn't understand it.
Yes, if their approved transportation review allows for it. So they would almost have to anticipate that a little bit in their traffic study.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gage, anything?
Nothing for staff right now, no.
Commissioner Stoll?
Yeah, a couple questions. One is actually on the map that's up. They're listing in the Park Place crop on the upper right-hand corner of that map, Park Place Crossing Master Plan Development Standards. It's listing lot dimensions that I haven't found in either the master plan nor in city code. According to city code, the minimum lot width for single-family attached is 25 feet. Here they have it listed as 20. Where did that come from?
They're requesting, one of the three adjustments they're requesting is an adjustment to lot dimensional standards, which includes not just lot size, but lot width and lot depth.
Okay. And regarding the noticing for each additional phase, is the 300 feet from the boundary of that phase or from the boundary of the entire project? For instance, phase 6 is at the far south end, so
Right.
Would that extend all the way up to the neighboring properties to the north or not?
I don't think so. I think it would be limited to just that phase.
That phase, okay.
That being said, there are, if it's associated with the master plan amendment for any reason, which there are type 1, type 2, and type 3 amendments that can be made to master plans, then it would be encompassing the entire master plan boundary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a lot of questions, but a lot of times these things get answered by the applicants, so I'm not going to ask them. I am going to loop back around to what Commissioner Mitchell brought up, and I'm going to have Ms. Richter clarify, because she's the one that wrote this, and I keep thinking about it. I know that the applicant has the option of choosing code in place at the time that they submitted the application. But then part of what was in Ms. Richter's memo kind of muddies that, and I get confused. So I'm going to read this, and then maybe she can explain exactly what it means for this application. And it's not too long, so I appreciate your patience. It's just to help me understand exactly what's going on. Okay. Further, middle housing other than duplexes will be required to have sufficient infrastructure to serve the development. Detailed as infrastructure meeting adopted levels of service as required in proposed OCMC 1716080, which may or may not be active yet. This adequacy determination will be made at the time of land division approval, or if not considered at that time, as part of the building permit issuance. In other words, all future land division proposals must assume middle housing densities even where single-family houses are proposed at the outset, or provide the necessary infrastructure capacity analysis as part of the subsequent building permit review sign-off. So I know that this application got in there before that code was in place, but maybe you can explain exactly where we're at with that in the process.
I didn't write that, but I can explain it. So I think that the short answer to that question is that there will be an adequacy of utility determination either when the land division happens or when the building permit is pulled. And we're going to make sure of that because we're going to, as part of the DDP, we're going to evaluate a number of units that are proposed, right? And we're going to know what the transportation demand is. And that's going to be essentially create a bank account that they're going to draw against for units. And then they're going to run out of units, right? And we're going to say, you have to come back for a new DDP because you don't have any more units in your account to pull from. So whether or not the units end up being single-family residential units or they're duplexes or they're fourplexes or they're townhouses, we're going to make sure we've got adequate infrastructure.
Okay. All right, and then I don't know why I thought you wrote that, but it was in the Bateman-Seidel memorandum, and it said it was from Carrie Richter, Assistant City Attorney.
Then I wrote it.
Okay.
I just didn't remember. Sorry.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, any more questions for staff? Okay. All right, I believe we're going to hear from the applicant now, and the applicant has 15 minutes, and I apologize, I don't know the name of the applicant.
Well, I'm not sure if it's AKS who's going to be presenting.
Okay.
But Icon Development's the applicant and AKS is the representative.
So please state your name and city of residence. We don't need your address.
All right. Thank you, Chair Schlegelnaufer. My name is Garrett Stevenson. I'm an attorney with Schwabe, Williamson & Wyatt representing the applicant. With me tonight is Chris Goodell, who's our chief land use planner for the project. And I'm really going to be deferring to him quite a bit in making this presentation because he knows all of the details and probably answer your questions a lot better than I could. I just wanted to give a brief introduction. We've got quite a few folks from our design team here to answer questions if you have them tonight. Obviously, we have Chris, but also behind me, I believe Monty Hurley, who's a project engineer, is here, as well as Todd Mobley from Lancaster Mobley, who did the traffic study, and I understand that traffic is a main concern in this project. Also behind me tonight is Harlan Barrow, who is the land development manager for the applicant, as well as Cody Street on our engineering team. So we should be able, between all of us, to have somebody be able to give you a detailed answer to any question that comes up about the project. I'm going to make just a couple remarks before we jump right into it, and I turn it over to Chris here. Sorry?
All right, what? Oh, the timer.
All right, may I continue? Thanks.
Yeah, we're close enough.
So as staff pointed out, and I really like the analogy of the 30,000 and then 10,000 and then ground level view of this, this is really the first current planning step in development of this area. We had a concept plan that's been adopted as part of the comprehensive plan, and that's really what in planning speak we would call a long-range plan. Well, now we are kind of into this implementation phase, and this is the first step. It's not the ultimate step, it's not the penultimate step. After this, you're going to see, presumably over the next few years, proposals for each of these 6 phases. And those proposals are going to look a lot more like maybe what you're used to seeing, similar to a subdivision application or something like that, where you've got a lot more detail because we know a lot more as we go through this and as we build this out. Now, the general development plan requirement is embedded, I believe, in both the concept plan and in the annexation decision. So this is a process that we need to go through, and it is really intended to provide a very high-level overview of how we are going to organize development of the site, how we're going to get to the density that's called for in that concept plan, and how we're going to provide the amenities and natural resource protections that are called for in the concept plan. So I think it's important, at least for me, to think of that when I'm thinking about what the process is tonight. There's a lot of questions that I know people have, but again, before anything happens, we have to come back for the detailed development plans and subdivisions for phase 1, 2, and so on. And then after that, even, you're going to have building permit review. So the last thing I want to mention before we jump right into it, a couple things about 2 of the conditions. In general, as our letter indicated, and I think you have that in your packet, but we submitted it on Friday. And in general, I think that the conditions look good. I think we're supportive of them. In particular, the transportation conditions related to proportional share, we've taken a look at that. That looks all fine. There's only 2 conditions really that we wanted to raise with the Planning Commission tonight. One is condition 10. Staff's given a pretty good overview of that. And what condition 10 would require is that 4.4 acre parkland that is intended to be dedicated as part of phase 2 to be dedicated in phase 1. There's a couple practical problems with that. I think staff might have picked up on that. Chief among them is that the parkland itself is outside of the the detailed development plan area that you will see for phase 1. So it doesn't even abut the plat that would come out of a phase 1 detailed development plan. And then there's a couple other problems we mentioned with it. And I really do appreciate staff coming back and taking another look at this. We understand that the city wants to guarantee that park will be ultimately developed as parkland, and that's certainly our intent. We have not had enough time to look at staff's proposed condition to say whether or not it's good to go. But one of the things that I would mention is that the portion of that fee, there's 2 fees that staff is suggesting there. One is a fee for acquiring parkland. The other is a fee for developing it. I mean, acquiring parkland is one thing, but the actual development of the parkland, typically that would come through system development charges. So I'm not sure we're supportive of that condition as written, but I do appreciate staff putting it together and offering it to you tonight. We do have an alternative idea about how we can secure and guarantee development of that parkland, and I'll let Chris talk more about that, but in essence, to avoid complicating how we actually plat, there's a portion of the parkland that we have that's our property right now that we can dedicate a public easement over. So what would end up happening is we would provide the easement over a portion of it, and then when phase 2 came in, we would be able to then plat that parkland with the rest of the lots. That easement would be subsumed within the public dedication. So that's one other idea that we wanted to offer the commission tonight about how we could guarantee provision of that parkland. Condition 18C, which was the requirement of an additional street connection east of Holly Lane and south of Street E. The problem there, and I don't have much to add over our letter, is that would go right through our storm facility, and I'm really want to defer to our engineers here, but typically, and I'm not entirely sure that's the case here, but typically you would want to put your storm facility kind of at the bottom of the hill. That's where you need to site things so that water drains down there. And I'm not sure of the flexibility of being able to move that elsewhere and put a street through there. So that's really an engineering issue. And then finally, I wanted to address the photos taken by you, Chair. We took a look at the location you indicated on the map for those photos, and we've confirmed that those areas are actually within the delineated wetlands in our wetland report. So I think we all agree those are wetlands. That's what was in the wetland delineation that DSL came back and concurred with. So I just wanted to let you know that in case you were wondering. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, but I think you probably are looking to Chris here or to Monty or to Cody behind me. So with that, I will turn it over. Thanks, Kelly.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chair Schlagenhofer, members of the Planning Commission. My name's Chris Goodell, zip code 97062. I have a brief slideshow that I think Kelly's trying to bring up here. That's it. Yeah. I think you got it. All right, thanks, Aquila. As Garrett mentioned, there is a variety of folks who worked on the application, including Garrett himself, the applicant, the owner, our traffic engineer, Lancaster Engineering, and our firm provided a variety of services. So it was a big combined effort along with working with city staff for quite some time. I think everybody knows where the site is. It's a pretty basic slide showing the GDP area. I think that Kelly really covered this well, and Garrett kind of hammered it home here, but this is sort of a progression of the things that have occurred with respect to this site and then what is left to occur. And the highlighted icon is where the general development plan, it's just part of the master plan, which is what we're on right now. And then the DDPs or detailed development plans are mentioned or listed right after that, along with the natural resource overlay review and the geologic hazard overlay review. So those applications will all come packaged in the future on a phase-by-phase basis. So we did quite a bit of work analyzing the Park Place concept plan and then as closely as possible emulating the various features that are included in it. And this couple of slides here just includes a couple of things that we think is worth pointing out. So one of the big parts of the concept plan that is included in this area is a collector street that connects Holcomb to ultimately to Redland. But in this, as far as this site goes, it only goes to Livesay because that's the subject property. It doesn't extend any further, and the properties to the south haven't been annexed yet. So those will be future applications that are south of Livesay for the remainder of Holly Lane. Then down in the southern portion of the site, we colored it purple. And if you look at on the city map, it's a combination of red, green, and blue, but it's a combination of retail, commercial area, and civic space, as well as a village green. And there's been a lot of talk about the park. So that's the location of the park, showing it on the GDP that we have, and as well as the concept plan, very similar locations. Just a real brief high level overview of the project. So there's 6 phases. You can see here there's the bulk of it is residential. The orange blocks there are attached dwelling units, and the more yellow would be detached dwelling units. There's community park, open space, which preserves the natural resource areas, the steep slopes, and then includes the community park, as well as other features on the site that need to be protected. So this, obviously, the bulk, as Kelly mentioned, the bulk of the Park Place concept plan concerns residential housing, and so that's more or less what this application is for, with the other items that are mentioned too. This is mentioned by Kelly, and what it really is it shows the locations of improvements that are going to be partially funded by this project. So there's a number of intersections there where fee in lieu payments will be made for those improvements. Those are largely traffic improvements, along with some sidewalk and bike lane improvements on Holcomb. And then there's also improvements on Livesay Road. This slide just kind of adds, I think it's more or less a summary of what Mr. Repplinger put together in terms of costs, payments that would be made. So the overall GDP area would contribute between $982,000 to $1.8 million, sort of depending on the exact number of units. Phase 1, as it stands, would contribute $297,000 roughly. And this is in addition to the typical TSDC payments that are made. This shows on for the full 6 phases, as well as just phase 1. There's a couple of letters that we were looking at that we saw from neighbors concerning stormwater management. And what this slide shows is that the project includes, where green streets can be implemented. So you'd have street side swales where that works. And then there's a regional facility that's down in the southern portion of the site, which is actually the site's low point. This slide shows pedestrian connectivity and trails that we have. So these are off-street pathways, more or less mid-block crossings. And then this is here an off-street trail network that is included in the project, mainly through the open space areas. And then there's a pedestrian bridge going over the creek to the northwest. By and large, the parks and open space are to preserve slopes, natural resource preservation, and as well as the community park. And there's a few pocket open spaces or pocket parks located throughout. In terms of overall area, about 22% of the overall site is dedicated to open space and parks. 15% is open space. And this is more, I think Kelly mentioned, this is more than was envisioned in the concept plan. And includes the community park, as well as the resource areas, which are going to be protected. With respect to the condition of approval, I think Garrett spoke to it pretty well. The Parkland dedication, this kind of shows where the park is in relation to phase one. There's considerable gaps, so it's a difficult thing to accommodate as part of this phase. We believe it works better as part of phase two, which it's really part of. But the easement scenario that Garrett discussed, we believe that has merit, and we do appreciate city staff, their memo. So this was some language that I came up with before Kelly sent out her letter this afternoon. So this is kind of what we think it could be worded like this, which essentially makes it part of phase two. But we're willing to look at what Kelly has proposed in addition to other ideas for the dedication. And this slide here, I got about a minute left, shows the area where there's a condition of approval 18C, which discusses a street connection through the area that would be a stormwater facility. And we believe certainly that ICON is not opposed to having another street connection to the south, but we're not sure that this is the location. We don't necessarily agree that this is the location that it works best. So what we thought would be a suitable condition, what the condition as written is on top. And then as suggested, we would say that as part of phase two detailed development plan, evaluate possible local street connections to Livesay Road. So we could not limit it to one spot. We could look at a variety of spots. And that's all I have for as far as the presentation. As Garrett mentioned, we've got members of our civil team, traffic engineers, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand it over to the commissioners first. I just had a quick question. Is anyone from Geo-Pacific here?
There's nobody from the geotechnical engineering firm.
Okay. Anyone that was involved in the exploration here?
Civil is here and weren't involved in the actual test pit digging, but coordinated closely with them in terms of the locations and the depths and all that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Want to start on the end again? Any questions? No questions? Okay. Okay. All right. Commissioner Mitchell?
You knew I'd have some, right?
Yes.
On page 1 of the public meeting notes that you provided, there's a comment that you made in response to a question about the actual connection of Holly Lane to Redland Road and when that could happen. And your response was that that would require city involvement. Is that a polite way of saying we're going to have to annex and condemn that property in order to make that happen, since those folks chose not to be a part of the annexation already?
What? Excuse me, what page is that on, so I can look at that?
Oh,
note?
boy.
There's a couple thousand sheets here.
Yeah, well, it was, in the initial packet you provided, the document was public meeting notes. I can look for it. After I got through my other questions, we can loop back to that.
I think I found it.
Okay. So what do you mean there?
Which number is it? There's 7 of them.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I don't have it right in front of me. I can get it up. I'm not online.
I don't see it.
Maybe we can loop back to that.
Okay, all right, that sounds good.
Next point, and here I'm referring to the Park Place Concept Plan. On page 26 of the Park Place Concept Plan, it says, residential lands will be provided in a range of very low-density R10 zones to neighborhood commercial NC zones. And it specifically calls out maximum 4 units per acre on the low-density areas. Where are you providing that density in this plan?
The density for the R5 section?
No, what I'm referring to is the concept plan says that there will be low-density areas with a maximum of 4 units per acre. And I don't see that on the map.
The lowest density area would be phase 1. But really, it's spread throughout the site with in order to capture the overall density that's required, we're involving a density transfer from the open space areas, and it's being transferred throughout.
Okay, so there really aren't any areas with lot sizes that most people would consider low density.
I think it's a relative term, but I would say that a lot of people consider 5,000, 6,000 square foot lots low density at this point.
Well, I'm going to speak for the chair here. We can't have outbursts from the crowd, really. It doesn't help anything.
Commissioner Mitchell,
it spells out, in our city code, we say that low-density development is R8 and R10, which is 8,000 and 10,000 square foot lots. That's a pretty good definition.
Commissioner Mitchell, could you remind me which page you're looking at? I've been looking for it.
It's page 26 of the Park Place Concept Plan.
26, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is R6 also considered low density? Aquila, I'm sorry. 6, 8, and 10 are low density? Yeah.
I'm
that's
looking,
right.
Kelly,
That's
yes.
right.
Yes,
Thank you for correcting me.
That was right here.
Got out ahead of my thought process there.
So I'm looking at the section called housing. Is that the one you're
Yes.
referring to?
Yes.
So it says.
And there's a chart there that says R10, maximum 4 units per acre on that page.
Right, so the text there says residential land will be provided in a range of very low density R10 zones to neighborhood commercial zones in order to provide attractive and affordable housing for a variety of incomes and household types. It's recommended that new residential zone R5 modifications to existing zones, additional design standards for attached single-family housing, row houses, and multifamily be instituted to implement the Park Place Concept Plan. And it says recommended residential types and zones include. So as I read that, it's speaking to the zoning that gets applied to the site. And so it may have R10 zoning, and part of it has R5 zoning. It's the bulk of it is R5, but I don't think it says that this, to me,
Well, you stopped just before it says it. The next thing it says is R10, maximum 4 units per acre.
Right, so that's the zone requirement, right?
Right.
So the zoning is in place on the site, but it doesn't say here that you need to have 4 units per acre in any specific portion of it.
But there is R10 zoning on this site, and you're not providing 4 units per acre in that section of the plan, or any section of the plan.
Overall, we provide the density that is required for each of the 2 zones that are on there. So the R5 and R10.
Okay. Next, page 38 in the Park Place Concept Plan. There's a definition of local streets, and I'm thinking specifically of the streets in the Trailview area, Winston, Chartner, Journey. et cetera. And that definition says local streets provide direct access to adjacent properties, lowest mobility function and highest accessibility function, low traffic volumes and speeds, and through traffic is discouraged. So how does your plan comply with that when you're going to dump a pretty fair amount of through traffic onto those local streets?
Well, I think you might want to bring up the traffic engineer to discuss a little bit, but what it says there is it says that through traffic is discouraged. So if you look at our plan, I'll just go to a sheet there. And I guess anyone would do, but let's see. So on sheet, I guess P8 might be a good one to look at. So we have short streets there with short block lengths with turns and curves such that there's not a long driveway or long strip of street that just leads into those local streets. They're short and it's a circuitous way of getting to those streets as part of the project. So that's one way.
Okay, but you are dumping a significant amount of traffic onto local streets as through traffic, not local traffic.
So, Commissioner Mitchell, if I may, I think that at least the way that we're looking at this, and I'm glad that Todd is up here so he can jump in, but what we have here is kind of a concept street plan that was established in this concept plan, and what our charge is to do the general development plan is to follow that concept street plan in most respects. Now, obviously, when they did the concept plan for Park Place, they were designing in a two-dimensional world. We're designing in a three-dimensional world, and that allows for some changes. But there's no doubt that there are transportation constraints, and that's exactly what staff was talking about, which is why there's a requirement to provide additional street connectivity when you hit that 2,000 ADT number for some of these local streets. And that's something that we're going to have to figure out how to do during our detailed development plan process for those phases. So it's not really us dumping trips onto local streets. What we're trying to do is design according to the constraints in the plan. And the plan calls for an awful lot of local streets and not a whole lot of collectors. And that's kind of the natural result of that. But I think that sort of gets at what staff was talking about in triggering additional transportation improvements as we go through the build out of these phases to make sure that we're not negatively impacting the livability of people on those streets. So, and I also want to make sure
Todd hits it. I think it's worth taking a look at the concept plan urban growth diagram on page 1019 of the packet. If you look at the connections to Cattle Drive, Shartner, and Journey Drive, those, especially Cattle Drive and Shartner, there's a long strip of road that leads people to be able to go fast and connect to there. Whereas as ours is shorter, it does not go right to the collector street, which this goes right to Holly Lane. So I would say that we discourage through traffic in that way. In addition to that, we have a variety of street stubs that are proposed so that ultimately when surrounding properties redevelop, that the traffic will be distributed more evenly. So Todd, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Todd Mobley with Lancaster Mobley. We conducted the traffic study on behalf of the applicant. I'll just add briefly to that the 2,000 trips per day threshold comes from Metro's regional transportation plan. And then in that plan, they identify that as kind of an upper threshold for traffic on a local street. So we are adding trips to existing local streets, but that condition of approval that limits it to 2,000 kind of sets that threshold to make sure those local streets continue to act like local streets and not like collectors or higher classification facilities. So with that condition of approval and our need to comply with that, that kind of ensures that we're in conformance with the Park Place concept plan that talks about lower volume, preserving low volume on local streets.
Okay, that's probably something we're going to have to talk about more when we get into conditions of approval. Two more things. The constrained section of Holly Lane, and I think I read 57 feet wide one place. I thought I read 59 somewhere else, but 57, 59, whichever it is. You have ownership of that full width? Or are you proposing something and then you got to try to figure out how, now we got to try to get 57 feet?
No, the width there, I believe it's present is around 80 feet. You're talking about the paved width, which is 57, I believe, for the constrained section. So I'm saying there's 80 feet to do it in, and the standard is 85 feet of right-of-way, and we don't have 85. We don't have enough to do the 85-foot improvement. We have enough to do the lesser improvement, and it fits everything. Everything fits except for the parking. So the on-street parking is not in that one section. Otherwise, it's the same.
Okay, so you have more than enough for what you're proposing, but not enough to build out the full 85 feet.
I don't know if we have more than enough because there's grading and other stuff that needs to fit in there in addition to the right-of-way, but there's enough to do what we have shown.
Okay. One more question at this point. Page 30 in the Park Place concept plan says locate parks on sites that are relatively flat, which you did with the 4 acres that you're recommending, or that are a part of this plan. But your suggestion of the available additional 4 feet to the west, or 4 acres to the west, we have comment from our Parks and Recreation Director, Kendall Reed, that is extremely steep and would not be usable as park space, according to what is in the concept plan, which is calling for relatively level space. Page 30, about the middle of the page.
So, let's see a good.
Yeah. Well, if the applicant would be here to answer them, we could do them later, but I don't know how many questions we want to ask. We do have a lot of public comments to go through.
Yeah, but it kind of cuts off over there. See, this is the area that's flat, and this sort of gets steeper in there.
Right. Commissioner
More or
Mitchell.
less, yeah, it's right. You can see it here.
Commissioner Mitchell's probably been
And then
through
theirs is like
more of these
this,
than
yeah.
we have. What advice can you offer on this?
Yeah, but he's saying that this is steeper, so.
Well, if questions need to be asked of the applicant, they can't wait until deliberation,
Yeah.
because the public record is closed at the point where we deliberate. So if there are questions for the applicant, they have to be asked while the record's still open.
I'm gonna have to do it. Okay.
Honestly, I'm not sure there's an answer to the question I just asked you. I just want to point out that it doesn't comply with the intent. I don't believe it complies with the intent of the plan to provide an 8-acre neighborhood usable park.
Okay, so there is somewhat of a discrepancy in the plan between what's shown on the plan map and then the text of the plan. But if you look at, I guess it's sheet P17, which is packet page 342. You can see this, where the park is located on both our plan and the concept plan. So it connects to that, and that there is a portion of that area that is flatter, but yeah, there are portions that are steeper too. So some of that land that's outside is steep and some of it is not. So we showed it as closely as possible to where it was located and included that offsite area as well.
Okay.
I think if you-
I have some traffic questions, but maybe I'll let Commissioner LaSalle go and then loop back.
Sure, just one more note on your last question, Commissioner. I think I asked Chris to pull up a topo map so we could at least take a look while I was listening to the 4.4 acres of parkland that we're proposing in phase 6, or excuse me, in phase 2, I'm sorry, in phase 2. And just by a quick look at the topo map suggests to me that the parkland that is in our application on the property that we would ultimately control is about as flat as anywhere else on the site. I think the problem you're getting at is the discrepancy that Chris mentioned, where the plan wants this big contiguous 8-acre piece. The problem is that when they actually drew it out, maybe that area isn't quite as flat as the planners originally thought. But I think that there's opportunity going forward to make sure that future sections of this area that are part of another general development plan at some point provide additional flat parkland to make sure that we're hitting that 8-acre requirement.
Okay. I do have traffic questions, but I'll stop there for now.
Okay, before I hand it over to Commissioner LaSalle, I just wanted to say something to everybody in attendance. We know you have a lot that you want to say, but we have a lot of questions ourselves for the applicants. So unfortunately, on something this complicated, it can take a lot of time, and that's just how it is. So it's probably going to run late, and I apologize for that, but we have a lot of things we need to ask. So thank you. That is the problem we have in here. It's.
How do you consider it a public meeting if we can't hear?
We're doing our best. We'll speak as loud as possible, but it's the limits of our facility here. And we're doing all we can. Maybe.
You can't hear Chris at all. You can hear you, just not the applicant.
We can ask the applicant to put his mouth right on the microphone.
We're happy to speak up.
Okay, all right, they're not afraid to speak up. Okay, Commissioner LaSalle.
Okay, I have a lot to cover here. I'll try to cover it as quickly as possible. But I would like to thank staff for putting all the time they put into this. It's quite a process. This is the largest development in the history of Oregon City, I believe, the best of my knowledge, so it's going to take some time. There is a PGE easement through the development, but you show lots within that easement. Can you explain how you're going to get past their restrictions on building underneath those power lines?
Are you ready for me to answer that, or is there a second part?
No, I'm intimately familiar with those power lines because I had to keep my house 20 feet away from them.
Right, so the bulk of those lines are adjacent to right-of-way. I think some of them are included in lots, but there's area available outside of those easements to build homes.
I'm not sure.
There's going to be no building underneath the power lines.
Within 20 feet of the power lines? Okay. There will not be. Okay.
I don't know if there's a restriction on 20 feet, but.
Well, there was when I built my house. That was about 16 years ago, so.
Okay.
Probably the same.
So the plan, I think the point is that the plan makes sure that we have building envelopes for homes within those lots that will also allow them to be set away far enough from the PGE easement. So a lot of times when you see these easements, they sit right on top of the platted lots. And in other projects I've worked on, sometimes you need lots that are very narrow and skinny to provide enough room to get that transmission line through so that you've then got enough backyard for the house to be away from that transmission line easement. And that's what we're talking about here. So even though they might go over a lot, it doesn't mean that they're going to go over a house. In fact, we're going to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay. And then, this is for staff or whoever, maybe the attorney. The developer states that the upcoming detailed development plans will be a type 2 process. I would like to see that changed to type 3 if that's possible. So they'll be held accountable as things go forward. Would that be possible?
Is that a question for staff?
Well, staff or the attorney, whoever can answer the question.
So you asked if the detailed development plans could be reviewed at a type 3 level?
Yes.
That is something that the Planning Commission could require as the condition of approval on the master plan. We have approved, the city has done master plans before where there have been conditions of approval for certain things to come back at a type 3 review. So there is precedent for that, but the typical way that it works would be that the detailed development plans are all type 2s. But yes.
The reason why it's that way is because we have conditions of approval that require certain things in a clear and objective way so that the staff doesn't have the level of discretion at the DDP phase that it has now, because you have implemented conditions of approval. So the idea is that staff is doing more of an administrative task and less of a policymaking task at the DDP phase. That's why it's that way. But then there is an appeal right to the city commission of a type 2 decision of that DDP. That's the way the code is structured. So I think that if we're going to have type 3 review for certain things, we need to identify what those things are specifically.
So I could address this to the rest of the Planning Commission later.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, let's start with the staff report on page 4. It refers to the variance, and there's a request to reduce the minimum lot size for attached single-family lots to 1,800 square feet. I'm sure the new legislation comes into effect here somehow. It's pretty confusing, but this variance would change the zoning to R2. High-density residential, and there is no R2 residential zoning in the Park Place concept plan, none whatsoever. And this would essentially change the zoning by bypassing Chapter 17.68, which is zoning changes and amendments. So how can this be allowed? Can this change to R2 zoning be allowed when it's not even in the concept plan?
Can I add something? Can I add something to that? I'd like to add something. The reason the lot sizes are getting so small was because there's a lot of land that is NROD or unsuitable for building, correct? So what if someone came in with a property that was 90% unbuildable? Would you end up with 800 square foot lots? Or what's the minimum? How small can it get before we just say this is done? Is there a minimum? We've gone from R10 to 5,000 square foot lots. It's not even close to the same. It's not 20% off. It is completely off. So what's the limit?
So there's the natural resource overlay district density transfer provisions, which allow for, when you have a lot of land in the natural resource overlay that you're not building on, you can transfer some of that buildable area to the rest of your property, but then in order to be able to squeeze those lots, then you have to make them smaller. So there is a floor to all of those, and it depends on the zone. So in the R10 zone, your floor is 5,000 square feet. You cannot go lower than 5,000 square feet according to that density transfer code in 1749. Through a variance process, though, I don't know that there is a lower limit to lot size. And I will add that in the concept plan, you know, we see a lot of yellow in the concept plan, and we see a lot of orange. And wherever you see orange, that is labeled as medium to high density residential. And so the land use and the zoning that was selected for that could have easily been R2, which is our high density residential zone. And so I would say that the concept plan, you know, there are places in the concept plan where, you know, we might see future annexations and zone changes, and we might see R2 zoning, because that is something that has, you know, it is called for in the concept plan. But these zones that happen to be selected here were R10, R5, and neighborhood commercial.
Well, R2 still does not fit the concept plan, and I'll reference a criteria of Oregon City Municipal Code 17.21, which addresses that. On page 4, I will make a special note that item 4, that the requested adjustment to garages and accessory structures is not approved. So we'll have to hold them to the garages and accessory structures requirements. Page 5, item 8B states, quote, if trips, total existing plus new, will exceed 2,000 per day on any of these streets, which are Winston Drive, Cattle Drive, and Shatner Drive, the applicant shall ensure a secondary street connection is provided to the south, connecting to Redland Road, so the drivers have multiple route choices. On page 25, it states, quote, the Park Place General Development Plan is anticipated to generate 4,064 average weekday trips. And that statement alone is enough to require another route in and out of the development. So does the applicant have any response to that? It looks like it's a requirement.
That's true. That is a requirement, and at build out, those other street connections would need to be in place. Holly's a significant facility. It's a collector. So as it makes connections, it'll carry a lot of that traffic. So we're aware of that condition of approval.
So in order to complete your plan, you'd have to connect a connection to Redland Road.
Most likely.
Because the traffic on those streets will exceed 2,000 per day.
If there aren't any other connections, that's true, yes. That's why with each phase, there's an updated study. There's still our process before we would get to full build out of the entire site.
But this requires a connection to Redland Road. That's all I had for that. Page 13, the condition of approval number 24 states, quote, further refine the stormwater management plan. There's no reference to the Park Place concept plan section on stormwater, and that section states that key components to stormwater treatment shall be used that mimics the natural hydrology of the site, such as porous pavement, eco-roofs, stormwater planters, and vegetated infiltration basins, as described on pages 51 to 55 on the Park Place plan. You've stated that these criteria are met, but I can't find anything where it shows any details of stormwater containment except for the large basin down at the bottom of the development.
Does that work. Okay, you said page 13, is that the packet page or is that the
Page
staff report?
13 of the type 3 staff recommendations.
Okay. So on the page 13 that I see, that's the development services conditions, is that what we're looking?
Conditions of approval number 24.
20, because my 24 is on page 12.
Okay, maybe it starts there and ends on 13.
Okay, so we submitted a stormwater management report, and we're having issues with this thing. And this says that each phase will include a refined stormwater management plans and reports. So final plans for each phase, and it's going to include stormwater. What was the one you said? The vegetated swale. So we'll have that, and we've got street side swales.
Yep.
We don't have eco roofs or anything like that as far as what's thought, but there's a variety of things that are included.
Okay,
in the
so
plan.
those would be in the detailed development plans.
Right.
Okay, more reason for us to look at those later.
Well, we show them in our plan, so here, so.
Page 8 of the same thing, in condition of approval number 28, reference is made that Oregon City doesn't have jurisdiction over Livesay Road. That there is a letter from Clackamas County to the applicant which gives detailed improvements that'll be needed on Livesay Road adjacent to the Park Place crossing. And further improvements would be required all the way to Redland Road if Livesay Road is to be used as an entry-exit to the development. So I guess, is that why you plan to put a locked gate at the Livesay-Holly Lane intersection? Because you didn't want to improve Livesay Road?
So Todd, why don't you hit on that?
Well, it may be that by the time development gets the initial phases of development are at the north end of the site, and Livesay is at the south end. So it may be by the time we get to that phase, to meet the other conditions of approval, a connection to Livesay might be necessary. But it's not part of the assumption in the traffic impact study, but it could serve as another route to serve the site, but there, as you noted, there would be requirements for improvements on Livesay by the county.
Let's see, page 9, item C outlines a detailed improvements needed on Livesay Road, and it states the intersection of Holly Lane with Livesay Road shall be limited to gated emergency vehicle use only. But then OCMC 16.12.095 refers to public facilities and services and states, quote, applicants are responsible for providing adequate vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian access to their development. And the locked gate at Holly Lane prevents that. So I don't think that criteria is being met.
Commissioner LaSalle, I just want to point out that what you're referring to is a condition of phase 2. And so I think what Todd might have been getting at is that if we trigger the need for additional connectivity as we go through the phases, and because remember, we're going to have, at the end of the day, probably close to 6 traffic studies, I would imagine. We've got one for the general development plan, which covers phase 1 only. When we come in for phase 2, there's going to be a follow-up traffic impact analysis. And it could be that there's a trigger point at which we need to make that connection. But I just wanted to note that this condition doesn't apply to the entire general development plan for time immemorial. It applies to phase 2. So there may be a scenario where in a later phase that connection is made because it's needed.
Okay, well, the documents are referring to the entire development, so that's why I'm asking the questions, not just phase 1. on the, I don't have to refer to a page, this is just a question. On the area where you're going to put the parks and the commercial development area, and some was referred to other amenities like benches and things like that. Are you into that phase yet? And when you get down there to that property, you're not going to be building on it, but will it be shovel ready when you're finished with that phase?
So the project has a variety of open spaces in it, and so each one of those will be improved. But I don't think you're talking about the park itself. Will the park be improved? The applicant is not going to improve the park, but it's going to be ready for the park, for the city to build the park.
Oh, well, I think I was more referring to the area that would be developable for commercial use.
Oh.
Will that be shovel ready?
It'll be ready. It'll be, as part of that phase, it'll be ready to go. All right.
Okay.
I don't know about what your definition of shovel ready is. To me, that means you don't have to go through any land use applications and that kind of stuff, but that's not the case. So it will be ready for a detailed development plan.
And a little more on that, I think that the commercial piece, those parcels will be further defined during the detailed development plan process. But I've got a question. Kelly, maybe you could answer this. Would there be a requirement to go through like a site plan review for those commercial parcels?
Yes, it would be a site plan review process as a detailed development plan.
Okay, so Commissioner LaSalle, what you would see for development of that commercial area is a further detailed development plan for whatever phase that's in, accompanied by a site plan review or architecture review where you get to see what is going to be built there.
Okay, that'll be in phase 2. Page 16, under the title Interconnected Transportation Network, this refers to Holly Lane as a collector street, and it also references that Holly Lane will eventually connect to Holcomb Boulevard via a roundabout with temporary connection to Street A. But this plan eliminates Holly Lane as a collector, and I have some really serious concerns with this part of the plan. What this does is force all traffic from all 476 of the planned homes, which could generate up to 4,760 daily trips, into 2 residential streets. All those homes into 2 residential streets, Winston Drive and Street A, and then to Holcomb Boulevard. And I'm not sure this next question is strictly for the developer. It may be for planning or public works or whoever, but I'd like to be given the reasoning behind this change from the original route of Holly Lane and its connection to Holcomb Boulevard, because that would have made it remain a collector all the way to Holcomb. Right now, it doesn't get to Holcomb, and it puts all the traffic over to Street A. And this really, it goes against our responsibilities as planning commissioners to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. I can go into more details, but trust me, I've done my homework on possible reasons why that change was made, but I'd like to have somebody tell me why it was made. And like I say, I'm not sure the developer has the answer for this.
I don't. This is where the preferred location was for the connection to Holcomb, was where we show it ultimately. So what we have currently, Street A is an interim access until Holly can be completed, the full,
Yeah,
full length.
and Holly, it's kind of a shadow plat through those 3 lots that are now an island. They're not even in the city.
That's right.
Who knows when that Holly Lane connection would be made? So I'd like to know why that change was made. It doesn't make any sense.
Public Works can answer that question. There were several workshops done about a year ago to look at whether Holly Lane should connect to the intersection of Jada Way or Winston Drive. And it was originally connected over to Jada, which was not possible with this development. So that was one thing against it. We did not want to see a Holly Lane that did not intersect with another road. The second reason that we looked at wanting it to connect to Barlow was, Winston, is, I think I've got the name right, correct?
Barlow.
It is Barlow.
Yeah.
Sorry, Barlow. Is the elevation and the slopes of Holcomb Boulevard, the crest of it, that seemed to have the safest difference in elevation for people to be able to see left and right as they would leave Holly Lane. And so through a number of different iterations and analyses, it was determined the best engineering solution was actually to connect Holly to Barlow, not over to Jada.
Well, you still haven't accomplished anything because Street A is still connected to Holcomb Boulevard as the main connector from that neighborhood. And I looked up the stopping distances from Street A for either direction on Holcomb Boulevard, and they're well within the parameters of stopping distances. And I'm well aware of the crests of those areas on Holcomb Boulevard also. I don't think that it doesn't make any sense to me to change Street A to a collector street, which you've done.
So the other thing that will be happening with this development, and I don't recall if there's a condition of approval, but at such time that the properties are acquired and annexed to make the Holly Lane extension to Barlow, then we would have a traffic analysis done to see if Street A should be closed in the future. But it's the interim route right now because the property to follow the original concept plan and the TSP, or this route that is of better engineering judgment from our standpoint, neither are available at this time.
Well, I guess that's an answer. That's certainly not one I agree with. Let's see here. Page 16. The OCMC 12.04.170 refers to street design and further references OCMC 16.12.026 states, quote, alleys with public access easements on private property shall be provided in the Park Place and South End concept plan areas, unless other permanent provisions for private access to off-street parking and loading facilities are approved. The applicant's response in their narrative states that they'll meet those standards, but the map it shows otherwise. Also, I mean, there's large areas in that plan that do not have alleys. And also, the Park Place concept plan requires that garages be detached with side or rear entry. And how do you plan to fulfill that requirement, especially with the attached dwellings? How can you have side or rear entry garages with those attached dwellings especially without with or without alleys?
I don't know that every single lot or every single home has to be an alley access. That's not possible, really. I mean, you just have certain situations where that can't happen. So our plan has it to the maximum extent possible. The pretty much the full extent of Holly Lane is accessed by alleyways. So all the lots that front on there, especially for the bulk of the site, they're rear loaded. Not every lot could be rear loaded, alley loaded. There are some, and there is the requirement for garages, and there's some cases where there will be, it will have to meet the side loaded or will have to meet the detached scenarios. And there's some cases where there's an exemption provided based on topo or whatever that we'll have to pursue as part of the detailed development plan.
So another reason why we should be looking at the detailed development plans as they come along. I'm reading this because some of the questions have already been answered, so please bear with me. Okay. Oh, on page 21, in reference to the traffic study, it states the fourth paragraph says the added traffic on existing local streets will create impacts on livability. Staff recommends a street connection to Redland Road to provide another access point. So have you come up with any other solution to provide another access to the area besides just Winston Drive and Street A?
So our plan has a variety of street stubs. It has access to Holcomb. That's the primary access that's going to be served. And there's a requirement to perform a traffic study for each one of those phases to relook at the issue. Todd, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I would just add that that's what those conditions of approval. I believe that text was in support of why the condition of approval to not exceed 2,000 trips per day, because without that restriction, then those impacts would create those undesirable conditions. I think that's my read of that text. Sorry, Kelly.
The way I read that and the condition together, and Kelly, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is that basically once we hit a certain traffic generation, we need to make that connection. Is that kind of how the conditions are drafted?
Yes, you would do a traffic study to look at what the volumes will be on those local streets. If they will exceed 2,000, then you will have to propose a connection to the south. I think Bob's question, or sorry, Commissioner LaSalle, I think his question was, how are you proposing, like if that does happen, when that happens, how are you proposing to make that connection? What are your options? Is that what you were asking?
Well, I couldn't quite understand what you were saying with your mask on, but my point is that once they reach 2,000 or more trips on those local streets, they are required to have a connection to Redland Road. And I don't know that the developer has shown us any indication that they plan to do so. Now, there's three ways you could do that. You could extend Holly Lane to Redland Road. You could improve Lysay Road down to Swan Avenue and connect the Swan Avenue extension to Redland Road. Or you could improve Lysay Road all the way to Redland Road. And if that happens, then there's a requirement that you need to look at a left turn lane on Redland Road where Lysay would connect to it, because it would then become a collector street. I'm sure it would be. But anyway, you've got three choices there. Once you get the 2,000 vehicle
So Commissioner LaSalle, I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess that we're probably going to be continuing this hearing. And the reason why I bring that up is because what I think would be helpful is for us when we come back to generate an image that shows how we would propose to handle this issue that you bring up. That's the whole reason why we're going through this process, is to get feedback like this so that we know what we need to do to demonstrate how this can be developed adequately. And if you'll forgive us, we've had only a week to live with these conditions and understand what they mean. So we're learning more about what the conditions are going to require, but I think we would be happy to when we come back, assuming that we do, we'd be happy to provide a map showing how we could make those connections when the traffic generation warrants them.
That'd be great. I'd love to see it. So would a lot of other people. Page 284, in reference to parking, the applicant states parking is planned via off-street parking, but again, by looking at the map, I don't see how you're going to be able to provide off-street parking in those attached dwellings without alleys.
They could have garages and parking pads in front of them, just like a detached home, just be smaller.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
They could have, if they're not accessed by an alley, well, if they are accessed by an alley, then there will be parking inside the unit itself. If they were loaded from the street, then they could have a parking pad out front and or parking inside a garage.
Even with those attached dwellings, as small as they are.
Right.
Okay.
Commissioner LaSalle, can I add a quick question since we're on the street subject? I'm looking at some of the proposed future streets, like the proposed future connection of Holly Lane to Holcomb, and then the proposed future connection of Holly to Livesey. Are all those properties currently owned by the developers?
Which map are you looking at? That would be helpful.
All of them. Holly to the north, Holly to the south, the connection to Holcomb, the connection to Livesey. Are all the properties that you need to make those connections currently owned, or would you have to acquire them later?
It's a combination. Some are owned and some would need to be acquired.
And if somebody refuses to sell, what happens to the development? Would you condemn the properties for public need?
The applicant can't do that.
Okay, so it's basically a few properties away from the whole thing grinds to a halt. If the people refuse to sell, would that happen? If the Livesey connection can't happen because the people will not sell, what would happen to the plan?
This plant connects to Livesey, which...
Right, do you own the property that connects to Livesey?
Yes.
Okay, how about the one that connects to Holcomb?
Yes.
Then why not?
By way of Holly or by way of A Street?
Holly. Because that's the collector.
Not all the properties that would be necessary.
So that Holly connection could possibly never happen.
It could, or it could happen. That's the point.
It could and it couldn't. Okay.
Mr. Chairman? Hi.
Yes.
Maybe I can shed some light on this. Harlan Barrow with Icon Construction.
Okay.
We currently own or are under contract for all the properties shown on the general development plan, except for the property that Mr. Tolstrup owns at the far north end, which is not related to Holly or any of the connections to Livesey.
Okay. But the one that connects Holly to Holcomb is either under contract or?
Primarily owned, but there are a few parcels that are under contract.
Okay.
But under contract. So we have the right to close on them.
Well, there's only two parcels in question that would connect Holly Lane to Holcomb. So do you own those? You own one of them, two of them?
We own everything except for the parcel at the very south end. That's where the park, the Holly collector, and the commercial areas are. That's Mr. Tershell's property, but we're under contract to purchase that. And then the other part of it is, so those three up there off of Holly, we own the farthest west piece. So of the three that are there, we have an ability to get at least a half street in.
All right. Okay. It seems that Holly being a collector would be a better connection. If you were under contract, then why not just go with that? Why even connect Street A?
Because right now, it's not annexed or in the city. That's county property.
It just seems like a more intelligent connection.
All three of those properties on Holcomb are county property.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to let Commissioner LaSalle finish his questions. Thank you.
On page 300, the same document, in reference to residential design standards, the applicant gives excuses why side and rear entry garages would not be beneficial and states the Park Place master plan works best with no limitations on garage type or entry. Just because it works best doesn't mean it can't be done. And does not justify ignoring the code or the Park Place concept plan. And all these statements I've made, if you want to follow through with them, I have references to criteria in the Oregon City Municipal Code.
Right, and
again, that concludes my question, but I just don't see why the developer just doesn't follow the concept plan and be done with it instead of going through all this hassle. It's beyond my, I don't know why. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This side, Commissioner West.
So are all the parks and open space and trails going to be HOA property, or are some of them literally going to be turned over to the city as a city park?
the community park will be city. I don't believe the Parks Department wants any of the other properties, so they'll all be HOA or similar mechanism owned and maintained.
But the one that's at the corner way down, that's going to be a city-owned one that eventually? Or
In the southwest corner, correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Is that it? Okay. Commissioner Stoll.
Yeah, I'd like to address the Unroad Study. There are significant portions of the plan that were left out of that, including a significant section of the Unroad at the north end of Phase 5, where you have what appears to be lots platted fully within the Unroad. Can you address why that was left out? That seems to be a glaring error, and what you want to do about it.
A couple things. That property isn't owned or under contract by the applicant, so we didn't have the ability to go out there and do the study on that property.
So why is it included in this plan if you don't own or control it?
It's a requirement, a condition of approval from the annexation application that a GDP be submitted for the entire area that was annexed. So that's why it's included. The code allows, the master plan code allows you to submit an application for a master plan where you don't control one or a portion of the property. So we're just complying with the annexation condition of approval. The Enrod study didn't include that, but it included the rest, like the bulk of the rest of the properties. And prior to any development, DDPs or anything further in those areas, an Enrod application would be provided.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, let me see what's left in my list. I had a few, but I let the other commissioners go first because they seem to ask the more intelligent questions. All right, let me start with Wetlands C. I know that those are under the jurisdiction of state lands, but There is something in our Oregon City Comprehensive Plan. Comprehensive Plan Policy 5.4.7. The city shall encourage preservation over mitigation when making decisions that affect wetlands and a no net loss approach to wetland protection. So was there any encouragement to preservation, or was it pretty much you just figured it was going to be mitigation and you're going to fill it in?
They weren't high-quality wetlands. They're separated from resource areas, and we have a difficult site with respect to topography and the connections that are required. So those small areas are planned to be filled.
Okay. Okay, and then my question on the geo study. How were the test pit locations chosen?
Cody or Monty?
And I'll tell you why I'm asking that. I printed out the test pit locations, and then I printed out the wetlands, and I laid them on top of each other. And the test pits are not near the wetlands. So were they intentionally dug away from the wetlands in an effort to not find groundwater, or why did you stay away from the wetlands?
We did a lot of test pits throughout the site. They were picked for a variety of reasons, primarily to get a good cross-section of the soils across the site from a geotechnical standpoint for landslide stability. Also due to depth of cuts of the street. You know, the site's very steep. And so when you're cutting local streets or collector streets throughout the site, you're going to have large cuts and fills. And so we picked the locations where the largest cuts and fills were and the deepest utilities. So we'd understand the soils and how they're going to interact with the streets, utilities, lots, landslides. We got a pretty good cross-section with all those test pits, and we're comfortable with the geotechnical work that's been done. If you're saying we're somehow choosing them to avoid wetlands, that is not true.
It almost looked that way, yeah.
Well, it's not true.
Okay. All right. I just had to rule that out. And then I wanted to read something in the geotechnical engineering report. Uncertainties and limitations. We have prepared this report for the owner and their consultants for use in design of this project only. This report should be provided in its entirety to prospective contractors for bidding and estimating purposes. However, the conclusions and interpretations presented in this report should not be construed as a warranty of the subsurface conditions. Experience has shown that soil and groundwater conditions can vary significantly over small distances. Inconsistent conditions can occur between explorations that have not been detected by a geotechnical study. So they're pretty much saying that you can't count on that study at all.
I'll start, Gary, you can finish, but every geotechnical report I've seen in my 25 years of experience has a similar disclaimer.
Right.
Because they can't dig up the entire site and tell you what's under every bit of surface.
Not until you start digging.
They work with the project engineer and the land development team to come up with a scope, a number of test pits to show what they believe covers the area of the site to their best engineering judgment. And then when you're out there and you're developing the site and you're cutting in the streets and utilities, you continue to look at the soils throughout. That's why full-time inspections required by engineers during the construction. So you're going to have a standard disclaimer like that in the where we live with all the attorneys here. You're going to have standard disclaimers by engineers.
Yeah.
Garrett, you want to add to that?
Yeah, Chair. In fact, I was just going to say, that sounds like something that a lawyer wrote, not an engineer. So my guess is that they stamp that on every product that they make. It's a disclaimer of warranty and liability, but I don't think in any way it should be read to undermine the quality of the information in the report. For example, to use a personal anecdote, when I do zoning reports, I say, hey, this is based on the documents that were made available to me by the city, and if the city got it wrong, then the report might have some problems with it. That doesn't mean I don't think the report was valid. So I think what you're seeing is just that standard lawyer stuff, and it is about as much fun to read as any other standard lawyer stuff. So,
Right.
But
Well, I can understand that, but there's been concern from the public that some developments in Oregon City have moved, and people lost their homes, and there's no insurance to cover it. So when I read a geotech report that has no guarantees, and then people have a homeowner's insurance that doesn't cover a landslide, there's concerns. So anything you can say to make the people feel more comfortable?
Sure. Well, first of all, I don't think reading that disclaimer is a good source of geotechnical information. Second, you know, and getting back to kind of what staff set up at the very beginning of this process, what this is not about is determining the precise geotechnical condition of every single potential lot. That's what the detailed development plan process is for. And I think, although I don't want to overstep my bounds here, but Kelly, remind me if I'm wrong, but I think we do need to do updated geotech reports with the detailed development plans, right?
Yes, whichever phases contain overlay zone, you would have to.
Yeah. So this, I can pretty much guarantee you this will not be the last geotechnical report that you see. As we go in and develop each phase, we get narrower and narrower in our focus, and we update those reports or do complete new ones. So I can understand the concern. I think that what we're trying to demonstrate with this application is that what we're trying to do is possible. And I think that that's what the data shows. And then as we go through the detailed development plan process, we refine that data to show how we're exactly going to do what we've already shown is possible, and how it will not adversely impact future homeowners or the public health.
Just to add to that, at the end of construction of each phase, there is a final geotechnical engineer's report certification that's required by the city, and that's provided to the city engineer.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner West?
I guess this question might be more for Ms. Reed than the applicant, but do the geotech reports have an analysis gone over by the city, similar to how you do with transportation studies? So they submit a transportation study, then our consultant goes over it. So does that apply with the geotech?
Yeah, I'm going to let Josh Wheeler answer that one.
Oh, sorry, wrong person.
Yes, we do have a geotechnical consultant on retainer that reviews all reports by the private developers.
Okay, let me take a last look at my list. I think that was it.
I have one traffic question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Mitchell.
Don't want Mr. Mobley to feel left out. On your traffic impact study on page 54 and 55, it talks about phase 1, 194 detached units would generate 185 PM peak trips. So that's 0.95 trips per house. Then it talks about phase 2, 124 attached units will generate 70 peak PM trips, which is 0.56 trips per unit. I know those numbers, I think those numbers come from the ITE chart, but is what that is saying that an attached house in this development is going to generate half the traffic that the detached house right next door is going to generate? In an area like this where virtually every trip is going to be by car because there's no services until hopefully someday the commercial gets built out, it just doesn't seem logical that in the same development, yes, they're going to be a little less expensive, but they're not going to be, quote unquote, affordable, subsidized kind of housing. How can, where's the justification for half? It's a little more than half, but half the number of trips.
Well, sorry, I'll try to speak to the mic. There's a few things going on there. One, smaller residential housing types like condominiums, townhomes, they've, for years, as long as I've been doing this, have had lower trip rates than a detached single-family home. And a lot of that is because they tend to be smaller. They tend to not have as many occupants and people driving. And so attached single-family is a relatively new trip rate. ITE has sort of changed the way they break out those residential unit types. So you're right, the rates come from the ITE trip generation manual, which has hundreds of data points that kind of are behind those rates. So that's the primary reason why is those different smaller residential types generally have less vehicle ownership and generate fewer trips. But I'll also note that we've done a lot of traffic counts around the area, including this one, and our data almost exclusively shows that the trip rates in the ITE manual are higher than what we see on the ground. We see that same thing in the residential neighborhood to the north. We've seen it in Happy Valley and Sandy and other suburban communities that have a similar context where there's a lot of driving trips. It's not a downtown core or a transit center nearby and that sort of thing. So we feel pretty confident in these trip rates. In fact, they're probably a little overestimated based on the traffic count data that we have. But those, I guess, are my two answers to that question.
Okay, thank you.
I had a follow-up clarification.
Yes.
The 2,000 trip trigger for the south entrance, is that 2,000 actual measured trips or is that 2,000 calculated trips based on the ITE standards?
Well, it's a combination of both. So we do counts for existing conditions. So any home that's built and occupied and generating trips would be part of that existing condition. And then we'd add the trips on top of that from whatever phase of development we'd be doing the study for the DDP.
But what I'm asking is the 2,000 number, would that come from putting hoses across the road and counting actual physical travel over a given period of time? Or would it be we're adding X number of units, the calculation says that that's going to be 2,100 trips, that triggers it? Is it a theoretical 2,000 or is it an actual 2,000?
Well, you won't get to the actual 2,000 until everything's built and occupied. So it's kind of that middle ground. And that's why I have to kind of revisit it by phase. If one phase is adding trips to those streets, and some of them are occupied, then we'd do new counts. So we'd make sure we'd capture those trips. And then using that information, we could better kind of extrapolate out how many more houses you could add before you get to a threshold like 2,000, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for answering all our questions. And appreciate everybody hanging on this long. The vast majority of you are still here. We're going to get to public comments now. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to get to that. Thank you. ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Are we recording? Streaming?
Yes.
Okay, all right. We're back from break, and I think we need a motion to continue this past 10 o'clock.
I will, and I'll second that.
All right, and that motion is with a hard stop at 11.
And a hard stop at 11.
I think that's our legal limit.
Yes.
Okay, all right, call the vote, please.
Commissioner Bob LaSalle,
Yes.
Commissioner Mike Mitchell,
Aye.
Chair Dirk Schlagenhofer,
Aye.
Commissioner Daphne West,
Yes.
Commissioner Patty Cage. Aye. Commissioner Greg Stoll.
Aye.
Pass.
All right, thank you. Okay, we are cutting it close, but we're going to get through our public comments. Okay, I apologize that these got out of order, but we're going to go with, we're going to bring two people up at a time, and then you'll just speak one before the other. The first two are going to be, and if you're not here, let me know. That's not right. Okay, Jen Peterson and Elizabeth Peterson. Are you both here? All right. That was terrible. All right, and you don't need to speak, state your address, just your name and city of residence.
Okay, my name is Elizabeth Peterson, and this is Jed Peterson. I'll just quickly go through a number of our concerns.
Have our PowerPoint, please?
Do you have a PowerPoint for us to share?
It's in the same folder.
But I submitted the PowerPoint electronically.
That's what I was asking. I'll pull it up. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience.
Okay, how do I change it?
Can you control it, or do we have a?
I think I have to scroll through. You can just tell me next slide and I'll scroll
Okay,
through.
next slide.
Okay.
So we're just raising some issues with the inaccuracies and factual omissions in this proposal, and it's an extremely, obviously, there's so many pages, and it's hard to, for somebody who's just reading it to figure out what is true and what is not true, but these are some things that we noticed, and obviously there could be numerous other inaccuracies, because these were just the ones that we were noticed as we were going through it. There's also obviously conflicts with Oregon land use goals, goal number 1, including citizen involvement, land use planning, areas subject to natural disasters and hazards, and transportation issues, as well as foundational failures. Next slide. So their existing condition map in the proposal is not an accurate map of the current existing conditions. There is the map that they list as the existing conditions is at least 5 years old, which puts doubt on what other existing conditions aren't truly existing conditions. Next slide. The wetlands maps are also not accurate. Conveniently, Charmin Creek ends right before their development, when in fact there are, obviously, as we've talked about tonight, there are wetlands on the development property. Charmin Creek goes onto their property, and there's 2 tributaries that you can vaguely see on the, I think on the next slide, actually, maybe. Yes, so there's a zoomed in of the Charmin Creek that goes on to the property. Next slide. So is this purposeful and willful deceit or just poor execution? The maps are inaccurate and conflicting. The existing condition map is at least 5 years old. The provided Enrod data is inconsistent with USGS wetlands map, and the Charming Creek tributaries are missing from the provided Enrod maps. Next slide. Obviously, the land use goal, number one, citizen involvement, the opportunity for citizens to be involved in all phases of the planning. They argued that only within 300 feet, but even this, the citizen involvement goal says that it should include a cross-sectional of affected citizens in all phases of the planning process. And anyone who is living along Holcomb is going to be dramatically affected by this. Also, the Park Place concept plan annexation was voted down 3 times by the citizens. Can it be any more clear what the citizens' opinion is regarding this annexation? Next slide. Do you want to go ahead?
Go back to most important thing on microphone. The most important thing on this slide is that to be compliant with Oregon Land Use Goal number 2, the data has to be factual. Next slide, please. Oregon Land Use Goal number 7, areas subject to natural disasters and hazards. We know this area is at risk for floods, landslides, and wildfires. There has been public testimony and a number of inputs regarding the difficulty of evacuating this area. Next slide, please. There's a map showing the natural hazards, and it includes this area as well documented. Next slide, please. Land use goal number 7, special attention needs to be paid to emergency access when considering a development. This is not done in the proposal. Emergency access is key, and lives are threatened without this. Next slide. This looks at my property. You can see that this contiguous with the property in question, it is a natural wetland. There is a tremendous amount of water coming off of this. Next slide, please. Land use goal number 12. This shows that the planned transportation has to be adequate. We know even from their flood impact study, the transport infrastructure is not adequate to sustain even the existing traffic based on expected growth. Additional 60 houses, 400 houses, whatever it is, that will only exacerbate and accelerate the problem. We know that there's a rate limiting step. Next slide, please. Here's the intersection in question that is noted even by the developers tonight. You can see at Redland and OR 213, there are 2 lanes turning left into a 2-lane road. Next slide, please. In conclusion, although the submitted documents are plentiful, we can all argue that they are exhaustive to read. It's fraught with danger and inaccuracies. It's truly inexcusable that things that we pointed out in public record last time haven't been corrected or revised. The Oregon land use goals are not being adhered to, and they say, well, this is just a general development plan, not a detailed development plan, but they have to be consistent. And how can it be consistent if the land use goals aren't being applied? Development puts more lives at risk. That's not refutable. We know that the traffic is going to be a problem. We know that getting off this Holcomb area is going to be challenging in the case of wildfires. Next slide, please. Solution, we need to deny this application outright. Many of the proposed solutions are based on magical thinking. There's a suggestion of having 3 left-hand turn lanes going onto a 2-lane OR 213. How is that going to happen? And then maybe we expand OR 213 to 3 lanes, and then we have 3 left-hand turn lanes into OR 213. That's going to be dangerous, and that's actually against the Oregon land use goals. The process requires factual information. We need to adhere to this requirement. Failure to do so invalidates the whole process and makes a mockery of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a quick legal question. Everything brought up by the public can be used in appeal, correct? Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, next we have Roya Mansouri and Enoch Huang. I probably screwed that up real bad. Enoch Huang. Okay, you came up, so I think I got close. Roya, you are first. Please state your name and city of residence, and then we'll go with Enoch. Do whatever works for you. Thank you.
Is it possible to get our PowerPoint pulled up, please?
Yes, we're working on that.
Thank
Thanks. Right there. one more, that one.
While they're getting it pulled up, I want to thank the commissioners for letting us present some additional facts. We're going to speak specifically about Chapter 1749, the Enrod boundary map, and what we find are some flaws and errors in the analysis. Next slide. Just by way of reference, our property abuts the development directly and shares some of the wetlands and waterways that are of concern. That's why we're kind of so focused on it. Next slide. We're talking about Enrod, and what Enrod does is it provides a guideline on what can and cannot be used. Next slide. It bases its information off of two main sources, specifically the 1999 Oregon City Local Wetland Inventory and the Enrod map, which can both be downloaded from the Oregon City website. Next slide. Unfortunately, this wetland inventory has not been updated since 1999. Next slide, which means that half of this property is not inventoried. Half of the subject property has not been included. There's no real inventory other than what we've been shown today. Next slide. Looking at the official Enrod map, you'll see that the vegetative corridors in green end abruptly at the urban growth boundary, even though the waterways extend past it. So this map is clearly out of date because there are missing chunks. Next slide. The provider, the AKS submitted an Enrod analysis where they went out and did surveys on in the summer of 2020 on 3 specific dates. Next slide. And they identified these 4 sites, A through D. Next slide. They concluded that none of the wetlands were within an Enrod boundary, and so therefore they didn't have to follow the Enrod rules. They also said, and they reported today, that they submitted information to the Oregon DSL. Next slide. And there's this DSL report that we would like to see. They did conclude and found that wetland D is fed by a natural spring, so it's not just runoff, it's a natural spring, and that's the property, that's the water that is flowing in the Peterson's property and ours. Next slide. The Enrod report analysis did provide a map with an Enrod boundary marked in purple. This was provided by AKS. I assume that this was generated by AKS when they did that survey. And you'll see that they did conclude here that none of the wetlands were within the Enrod boundaries, and they show where the wetlands are and they show where the boundary is. And the staff report concurred. Next slide. And you see that they say that even though it's outside of the inventoried resources, outside of the Enrod, they still need to follow the comprehensive plan policies in Goal 5. Next slide. However, and I'm going to turn this over to Roya.
Okay. So, however, I'll talk this way. However, what this slide is showing, this is a USGS topographical report that was actually included with the report from AKS. And with this, as you can see in the enlarged purple section, Sharman Creek actually extends through our property and well within to the property of the applicant that consists both of phase 1 and phase 2. In fact, there are 2 tributaries that are upland and are both in that space. The evidence directly contradicts the conclusion of the AKS Enrod analysis in the staff report. So if you overlay these, can I go to the next slide? You can see that the one map and the other map are very different. In fact, they're conspicuously different. So go to the next slide, please. This is potentially because the survey team came out in 2020 in May, June, and July, and at that time it was very warm and hot and had been dry. They may not have seen the streams, but according to the definition of stream, when you're looking at Chapter 17, the stream can be intermittent or can be year-round. And an intermittent stream means a stream that flows only part of the year seasonally. And also there can be underground springs that don't necessarily rise to the surface. Next slide, please. So if you look at these, there's some slide for May, you can go to the next slide for June and August. So basically what that just shows is we pulled the representations of temperature and rainfall precipitation, and it was very dry. So it's possible they just missed this because they were going at the wrong time of the year. Next slide, please. So the map is obviously a reference, and the adopted map may not indicate the true location of protected features. In addition, the applicant can choose to either accept the adopted NROD boundary or provide a verifiable delineation of the true location. However, the official NROD map can only be amended by the City Commission, which is you guys, right? So why is this important, right? This has been discussed, that the NROD boundary can be verified later, but not exactly. So if we can go to the next slide, please. The impact of missing these streams with the two variances of the maps obviously shows that these streams affect potentially Holly Lane and a number of other streets and lots, and that these would be regulated by the Chapter 17 ordinances. Next slide, please. So even though the staff report reports that this proposal demonstrates these corridors are protected, there's no verification of the NROD boundary that's proposed. And the applicant has provided a preliminarily NROD report, but has not asked for any verification. Next slide, please. So the addition of wetlands to map following adoption, this code, the NROD boundary shall be expanded to include a wetland identified during the course of development, and especially if it is within or partially within the mapped NROD boundary, and if it's defined as a locally significant wetland. If we can go to the next slide. So this defines what is a locally significant wetland criteria, and obviously these would have to be investigated. Next slide. But the issue is, does the NROD boundary extend to the full extent of the creek on lots 190 and 1000? Next slide. And this NROD boundary has to be verified. The application for development on a site may request a determination that the subject site is not in an NROD area, but if you can go to the next slide, nope, go back one. Nope, go, yeah, that's fine. The timing of this is important, and this is the crux of the issue. If in the course of a development review, evidence suggests that a property outside the NROD may contain a wetland or other protected water resource, the provisions of this chapter shall not be applied to that development review. So what this is saying is that if later, after approval, during the next more granular plan, this is discovered to be a wetland that has these significant criteria that have to be supported, they can also choose to ignore it. If we can go to the next slide. Is that the last slide? Yeah. So the concern is that if it is ignored, then the applicant can sort of ask for forgiveness instead of requesting permission. And I think that the developer needs to be held to the highest standard, because it does potentially affect all the other citizens who are living in this region. So because of that, we request a continuance until all these questions are resolved and we really can verify, and the city commissioners have the ability to verify the NROD boundaries that are outdated. That's my conclusion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to, for their benefit,
sure.
We're not the city commission, we're the planning commission.
I realize
we don't have any.
Looked up.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I did recognize that.
Thank you. All right, Linda Van Haverbeek and Linda Smith. And let's have Ms. Van Haverbeek go first, and then Mrs. Smith.
Linda Van Haverbeek, Oregon City. I've been living in this neighborhood for a long time. I'm a member of the steering committee in the Park Place neighborhood. I'm concerned about a lot of things. Livability is number one, and traffic is number two. But you know that they're adding 30% of households to the size of Park Place neighborhood. And we are basically a country road, the Oregon Trail, 2 lanes. Even though we have parking and we have bike lanes, it's a 2-lane road. We don't have turn lanes even. Please, there was a lot of work put into the Park Place concept plan. Please deny this.
Linda Smith, City of Oregon City. I've lived in the Park Place neighborhood for 46 years. I've seen a lot. What I've seen is a lot of traffic increase, especially over the last 5 years since we've had so much more development as going up Holcomb Road. So I just want you to remember that as I say these next few things. So the Park Place concept plan was envisioned as a whole, and Holly Lane was really envisioned as one, not as piecemeal, piece, and provisions put in for, once you reach a certain threshold, then you can put it all in. And when you look at some of the failures of our surrounding communities like Happy Valley, when they started building out, they soon discovered that they needed to put in main thoroughfares before they built out these additional neighborhoods. And that's what we need in the Park Place concept plan, is we need that main road put in before all these little phases go in. And I think that if that was put in first, then we wouldn't be as upset about all these phases if all of these other conditions were met too, like landslides and water and all the other issues. So I really think the transportation to meet the needs of the entire area need to be addressed first before all the phases are put in. And one of the things that I am really opposed to is saying that you have to get to 2,000 trips and break the system before you then say, now you have to put in a fix to the transportation. Where is ICON going to be around to fix that solution once we get to the breaking point? Let's fix the situation first, put in that main road before those phases are put in. We shouldn't say, once you reach the breaking point, then you fix it. That's not the way you plan things. You put in the plan first and you have it fixed, and then you build around it. And when you look at your guys' options for today, please choose option number 4, which is to continue the hearing to a date certain and allow more time for more planning. You've already heard that as a suggestion today. ICON themselves have said, we have more to present to you. We would like to come back and give you more information. Commissioner LaSalle had a lot of questions that were unanswered by them, as did several of the others. We think that there should be more time for more public testimony. Many of my fellow citizens have left tonight because it's gone on so late. So please consider leaving this open for another date. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, there will be a continuance tonight. We're just trying to get through all the public comments. Barbara Seekins and Stephen Ford. And you can be at the same table or different tables, whatever you want to do.
Fine. Oh, boy. Okay. My name is Barb Seekins, and I live on Holcomb Boulevard. I'm up at the top of the hill, right at that crest that came up. I have some ideas about that. I'm representing myself. I appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you, and I hope that you'll really consider all of the comments tonight. Our neighborhood has already had a substantial amount of development. The latest was the 100 homes that were built on the airstrip. So we're really familiar with the changes that come with that. It's been a lot. And we have concerns like our neighbors. I've got them listed on the paperwork I gave you. In the interest of speeding things up, I can skip through that and go to a couple main points, as long as that goes in the record. Would that happen?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So our property lies just to the east of the northeastern edge of the development. The maps of the master plan show 4 small lots that abut my property with another 18 small lots, just one narrow lot away. So it would be a big drop in our quality of life. But there are some inconsistencies with the concept plan. The master plan shows 8 lots to be built in the northeastern corner all the way up to to Holcomb. This area where these lots are shown were not in the development area in the concept plan. They're in addition to that. The variances, I'll skip over the variances in the lot sizes. That's been discussed, I think, enough. Maps in the plan show numerous potential roads on private property. These are assumptions that are being made that these properties will be sold to the developers. This came up earlier today. I object to these assumptions.
I think you're accidentally hitting the mic button on and off.
Yeah, thank you. So these potential roads shown on the maps that are on private properties are assumptions that these properties will be sold to the developers. I object to these assumptions being made and being used to market the development plans. Oregon City's core values state that they value protection of property owners' rights. And I think tonight, in some of the discussion, it was clear that this generated some confusion about what could be done, where these connectors could be made in the future. Just one other thing I want to bring up is the city has a standard of having a neighborhood or community park within a half mile of all residents. Currently, this standard is not being met in our area, nor would the proposed project meet it. Even, we're up on the hill. The nearest park to our neighborhood is 1.8 miles away. That's Park Place Park. It's all downhill. It's not really walkable for most people unless you're in terrific shape. That standard isn't being made now, and these nice parks that are planned in the southeastern corner and the open space in the western section of this development, that's still 2 miles away from where we are. And the other people, the 100 people right around us, don't have access to parks. The master plan shows the first phase in the northeast corner would add 59 residents, but it only adds 0.14 acres of open space and street connections. I'm not even sure what that means. So regardless of the claims, the standard of the city of this half mile distance to parks to residents wouldn't be met. So that's all I have. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay, stop the clock, please. I'd like to take this opportunity to commend the Oregon City Commissioners and the Oregon City Planning Commission for their impressive, outstanding depth and determination to provide inclusive and collaborative citizen opportunities for the future of Oregon City. Please give me 3 minutes. My name is Captain Steve Ford, 25 years at sea, a 21-year resident of Clackamas County at the top of Holcomb Boulevard. I have a master's degree with honors in Geographic Information Systems, GIS. I'm quite familiar with how maps have many manipulative vagaries and that they require the most cautious of analysis, particularly with respect to having synchronous time and datum continuity and financial repercussions. GIS is the art and the skill of converting data into tabular and visual information suitable for advanced decision-making for oversight management. I further stress the benefits of integrated interactive 3D maps and VR for management's improved communication with stakeholders and more informed decision-making abilities. The 15 years in the making proposed plan is rife with out-of-date, non-integrated, piecemeal data, numbers, and economics. The current document does not provide the stakeholder the timely, integrated, apples-to-apples information suitable to make informed decisions. As the plan is not conveying to stakeholders accurate, real-time, apples-to-apples info, data, maps for the Park Place concept plan, My concern includes, but are not limited to, transportation, stormwater management, street system. Note the 2019 Holcomb Boulevard corridor analysis is in part based on an Oregon City subdivision map more than 5 to 10 years out of date. As per the September 11, 2019 Oregon City Transportation Advisory Committee memo, the Holcomb Boulevard is classified as a minor arterial street. For the record, I reserve my position that all stakeholders to comment on these and other appropriate future city code and planning topic changes. The Oregon City Planning Commission is cautioned in providing the Oregon City Commissioners with timely, up-to-date maps and economics that will permit the commissioners to make their most informed decisions on this plan. The commissioners are further directed to the Oregon City Circular Logic that Oregon City GIS maps disclaim and avoid responsibility and assume no responsibility for their use. I opine on these bases until the organizers, instigators, stakeholders, and city codes get it together, all in the same version, all on the same page, all in one time frame, one economic foundation, one code, one unifying authority, etc., is achieved, that the responsible parties for the plan outcome are identified and therefore incentivized. I recommend the Oregon City Planning Commission continue the hearing to a date certain. This option may be used if the Planning Commission requires more information or more time to reach the decisions. Captain Steve Ford.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Commissioner LaSalle.
I'd just like to thank the captain for his service.
A long time ago, another galaxy far, far away. If I could take a moment, you're dealing with paper maps. This is the 21st century. You could take everything you're doing, put them all in one place. I did it in 1999, Marion County GIS Manager. Every map in one place, vector. You could all see the same map at the same time. You update it. I get the update right then. You have it. Got a lot of work to do. Yes.
Thank you. All right, we got Christine Kaczynski and Tara McKelhannon. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Well, it's artistic, so it's a little hard to read what you've done there.
Well, yeah, on the card, the pen ran out.
Oh.
So I had to go over it with another pen. I'm
that
sorry.
explains it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was second. My name is Christine Kaczynski. I live in unincorporated Clackamas County on the famous Holly Lane. I am requesting that the city keep the records open for this land use application. There are 3 very serious problems that must be faced as they threaten to shut down any further action. The first is State Land Use Goal 1 as it pertains to Holly Lane. Since 2004, continuing until the date of today, city staff has on purpose not mailed notices of the Park Place Concept Plan meetings to any of the homeowners on Holly Lane outside the UGB. That would be from Ogden Middle School on up to Maple Lane. You are stealing Holly Lane. You are not paying the people for the valuation they're going to lose in their homes. Its extension to Holcomb makes it now within 300 feet of this project. So why aren't these people being noticed? They don't even have a chance to defend themselves. They've been cast out by the city. You have seriously gone against all requirements of Goal 1. And if the city does not immediately send notice to these homeowners, then I know my way down I-5. and I can easily find DLCD and LCDC, and I think they would love to hear about all these people that for 18 years have been left out of these hearings. The Planning Commission just could be directed to start hearings all over again with 2004 because they missed it all. When the city began to shut out all these citizens who by state law have the opportunity to be involved in all phases of the planning process. Second, landslides, the biggest gorilla in the room tonight. There is no landslide insurance. Who's going to pay for the landslides on Holly Lane? They just had 6 of them a few years ago. And the landslides in Park Place. Right now, the people that have a landslide are not being told when they move in their homes that they're moving into a landslide zone. And there is no insurance in the entire world that they can even get. I myself don't have a landslide on my property. My husband and I were denied because we are near the New Elk Creek landslide. The city must immediately notify proposed homeowners that the property they are buying is located in a landslide zone and there is no insurance. Or the city must begin a program where homeowners and the city pay into a landslide fund to cover any and all future losses from landslides. The city's heard me testify to this since 2004. He's also heard from Professor Scott Burns, professor of geology at PSU. There is no insurance. So if the city wants to do nothing, I say they just bought every landslide on Holly Lane and in Park Place because they know we're not insured and they're going to pay for every landslide that occurs. The transportation system must be updated to a system that facilitates controlled traffic flow. Holly Lane must be taken out of the city's TSP. It is an endangered, very constrained street, not safe for any heavy traffic. Park Place must have a responsible, safe traffic plan leading to direct connection with I-205. In my very first testimony that I sent to this Planning Commission for this proposed Park Place crossing, I requested the city to invite to the next meeting DLCD, LCDC, FEMA, Metro, ODOT, Clackamas County, because they have gone against every one of their requirements and every one of their regulations. The FEMA plan that they have with Oregon City does not allow this type of low zoning in a landslide area. Even R5 is not allowed. This is wrong. I wanted these people here so that they could hear the horrors of this proposed development and what it will do to the people of Park Place and Holly Lane. I received no answer from the city that they were going to invite these people because the city knows they're not meeting state and federal regulations for this development. You know, that is really all one big dream, but I promise you, someday Oregon City will wish it had never considered building in this difficult, hazardous landslide zone. One way or another, the city will be haunted over this decision. When I think of all the people,
Ms. Kozinski?
You are hurting. I cry for them.
You're at over 5 minutes, and we have a lot of people left.
I know.
How much
this
more
is
do
my
you
first testimony to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You have a packet that looks like this from me. Up there, I did not print it out, but you all should have a packet. There's about 4 stapled documents. I'm going to read very quickly because I got several things to go through. My name is Tara McElhannon. I'm an Oregon City resident. According to Planning Commission guidelines, the Planning Commission may approve an application for general development plan only upon finding the following approval criteria are met with respect to Section C, public service areas, schools, and transportation is what I'm talking to you about today, specifically evacuation safety. The applicant has not met the public services condition to demonstrate that the Oregon City School District is capable of serving the proposed development now or by the time each phase of the development is completed. The applicant and the city planner reference a 2017 quote from Wes Rogers, representative from Oregon City School District. The quote itself is from the Ceres property annexation, which tangentially references annexation of 92 acres for the Park Place concept plan. Not only is this quote over 5 years old, it does not include Holcomb Elementary serving residents of Park Place Crossing current tax lots 1,000 and 3,701, which are in Phase 1 and Phase 3. Wes Rogers states the additional elementary and middle school capacity would need to be constructed. That did not happen in the 2018 bond measure the city planner references in their approval recommendation. According to the Bond 18 plan, middle school capacity increase occurred in Gardner Middle School, which does not serve Park Place Crossing or have any impact on this application. The application also references several other methods of providing or shifting capacity the school district can employ, which the applicant inaccurately bases off Wes's additional tools available statement, which was made in the context of dealing with capacity concerns while waiting for voter approval and development of the 2018 school construction bond and not in support of this Park Place concept plan. The district has no documented plans to redraw attendance boundaries or set up semi-permanent buildings for this development. Any reference to this 2017 quote or the 2018 bond are irrelevant and out of date and do not justify meeting this approval criteria. The city planner's recommendation for approval states that they coordinate with the district during review processes and that the planning decision follows standard procedure of actively participating at pre-planning conferences and anticipation of development. There is no data to show that this has occurred with the Oregon City School District. The city planner's recommendation for approval also states, and I quote, "The city has not received comments from the Oregon City School District at this time." I would like to know if the city planner inquired of the school district and did they refuse to participate. I sent an email to Wes Rogers on May 5th and he responded to me within 1 hour. According to Portland State Population Research Center, a 2020 study shows that 45 students on average are generated from every 100 new homes. Is the school district ready to serve 225 new students? None of us know, because the Oregon City School District has not participated in this application. Regarding the impact evaluation concern, staff memo from Kelly Reed states the intent is to provide Planning Commission with additional information regarding emergency evacuation concerns on Park Place. The recommendation to move forward with the approval without conditions regarding emergency evacuation concerns is egregious. Kelly quoted Daniel Niebauer regarding Clackamas County's upcoming efforts to address emergency evacuation plans. I reached out to the Disaster Management Staff Office to find out when the county evacuation planning efforts started or when they will be completed. It is now May, well past the early 2022 frame reference, and there is no data. The county has not produced a schedule for evacuation planning. Kelly's recommendation only provides the hope and potential plans for evacuation planning. The Disaster Management Office committed to respond to my request for data with respect to 7 focus areas that are included in my document packet for you. It's the last page, page 6. In summary, the Planning Commission does not have the data necessary from the Oregon City School District or the Clackamas County Disaster Management Office to find this approval criteria is met for public services. I recommend the committee deny the application on the basis of false information or continue the hearing to a date certain so the applicant and the city planner can work with the school district and disaster management of Clackamas County to provide the City Planning Commission accurate and relevant data. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more. Let me switch this up a little bit. We have Jackie Hammond Williams, and Leisha Brown.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your good work. I was a member of the Park Place Concept Plan Committee, and I'm very familiar with the intent of the original concept plan. This proposed general development plan submitted to you falls short of that intent. The first mentioned key component of the Park Place Concept Plan is the 2 primary north-south connections between Holcomb and Redland. namely the Swan Avenue connection and the Holly Lane extension. However, in this general development plan, there is no mention of the Swan Avenue connection, and Holly Lane does not connect Holcomb to Redland as mandated in the PPCP. Indeed, it does not connect to either street. The city code states, applicants are responsible for designing and providing adequate vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian access to their developments. Very clear. In the master plan, only Street A is designated as a direct access off Holcomb, and no additional direct access is provided. Is this adequate? On page 47 of the Transportation Impact Study submitted by the applicant, it states, prior to annexation and future connectivity, the annexation TIS assumed the South Holly Lane connection between South Holcomb Boulevard and South Redland Road would have been constructed prior to or concurrent with the full build-out of the Park Place Crossing Master Plan project. Because this application precedes the construction of the South Holly Lane connection, this TIS assumes all site-generated traffic uses South Holcomb Boulevard, which was not the intent of the Park Place concept plan. Page 95 of the applicant's master plan, Appendix A, Conditions of Approval, number 4. The general development plan and all phases of development authorized by it must implement the Park Place concept plan. An Oregon City's adopted public facilities plan with regard to the provision of open space, parks, trails, sewer, water, stormwater, and transportation improvements. The North Park Place Village, now called Park Place Crossing, was always designed to mitigate the buildup of traffic on Holcomb by providing north-south connections through to Redland with the construction of the Holly Lane extension and the Swan Avenue extension, now removed. These extensions were designed to provide additional access into and out of our neighborhood, which currently is served just by the two-lane Holcomb Boulevard. The additional connections were designed not only to relieve traffic on Holcomb, but also to provide additional access in case of emergencies. A map recently released by PGE earlier this month has identified 10 areas of critical fire danger, one of which is less than a mile due east from this proposed development. And we all know what the east wind brings on a hot, dry summer day. Good access and evacuation routes will be needed in the future in this development and in the whole neighborhood. Climate change is upon us. It will be needed. I'm asking you to attach a condition of approval to this master plan, mandating that the key component of the Park Place concept plan, namely a north-south direct connection, be built between Holcomb and Redland before any development occurs. And just to sort of encapsulate my thoughts here, I really do believe that we are trying extremely hard to jam a round development into a square hole, or a square peg into a round development. I mean, it just doesn't fit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Brown. I live in Oregon City. I'm actually in the Trailview neighborhood. So we've lived here since 2003, and we have voted against this type of development, as well as the entire community, which until our voting rights were taken away. So we're not allowed to vote on that anymore. So now we're here. Our property is actually located right next to the property that Icon purchased. Our livability is basically, going to be destroyed because we are going to be having 4 more homes abutting up against the backside of our property that appear to be taller than your traditional 1 or 2 story home. The particular lots that they have behind us are going to be very narrow and deep. So I could only imagine the type of home that's going to be placed on there are going to be very tall and very thin. And I'm not sure if anybody's ever really looked at this plan and thought that that was a good idea to have these 4 homes stacked against each other, imposing on one homeowner's property. I ask that you please reconsider this plan as if it were your own home and property. Would you want 4 homes directly looking into your home and your yard and your windows with no privacy? I just can't imagine looking out our windows and going into our backyard and having 4 homes facing our property. It will be as if we're living in an apartment complex. Right now, we can enjoy our yard and it's peaceful and there's a lot of nature behind us, but that'll all be gone and we'll be facing walls and windows. It's bad enough that we're going to have to be dealing with traffic issues, noise issues, and light pollution. The livability of our area is just going to be non-existent. Along with zero livability, the value of our home will go down because if at one time when we're ready or decide to sell our home, who's going to want to purchase a home with 4 other homes hovering over into their backyard? So the value of our property is going to go down as well. I also have seen a map where there are slides directly the area behind the Icon home that was purchased, as well as our home and our other neighbor, Tom Guile. So I'm not sure why it would be a good idea to build a road directly on top of an area that is a landslide area. We were caught up in the evacuation with the fires. It took 45 minutes to get out of our neighborhood just to get to Holcomb. And then it took about 2 hours to get to 205. So with all these extra homes and cars, we won't have anywhere or any way to get down off of the hill that we're on, and we will all essentially be trapped because there is no way out. There are no other roads or access points. We're limited with roads for this development. All of the extra traffic will basically be driving through our neighborhood, and there's been a lot of discussion about that tonight. So I just want to reiterate that yes, our home, we are on Journey Drive, will be greatly affected by all of the traffic coming in. Our schools are already at maximum capacity, and I'm just wondering where all these kids, incoming children and families, where are they going to go to school? Our teachers are already maxed out with large classroom sizes. I ask that you please take into consideration destroying the livability of our home and our lives. Please look into consideration the extreme safety issues that we already have, especially in the case of an evacuation. Please take into consideration the amount of traffic that is going to be going through our neighborhood because there are not enough sufficient roadways to handle the amount of traffic that will be brought to our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we've got 4 people coming up at the same time. And if they want to go in this order, Jennifer Reichstein, Sarah Sutton, Brian Sutton, and Tom Guile.
Thank you. And there is a map, a Sutton map on there, if you can pull that up onto the screen, just for the first 3. On the red flash.
Thank you.
That's it. Just so you can see what we're talking about.
Yes, I'm Jennifer Reichstein, Oregon City resident of the Trailview neighborhood and part of the Trailview Homeowners Association Board. I will be reading page 1 of a letter regarding the proposed Park Place crossing development that our attorney has drawn up. To whom it may concern, this office represents the Trailview Heights Homeowners Association. The association is a homeowner association responsible for the Trailview subdivision in Oregon City. Icon Construction and Development, LLC's proposed Park Place crossing development is adjacent to and in some locations directly abuts Trailview. In addition, Icon owns Trailview Lot 14, 15058 Journey Drive. The purpose of this letter is to address Icon's potential use of Lot 14 and express the association's objections. Last year, ICON presented their developmental proposal plan to the Park Place Neighborhood Association. At that meeting, ICON representatives suggested that Lot 14 could be used to provide either temporary construction access or permanent access to the proposed development, and presented a plan that depicted a road over part of Lot 14. If you look at the back, you can see a little circle there. That road actually cuts through the back of Lot 14. Put simply, current restrictions prohibit ICON's proposed use of Lot 14, and the association will not approve any alteration or variance that would accommodate such use. The current restrictions are clear. Trailview and the association are governed by the Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions for the Trailview Heights subdivision, recorded January 16th, 2003 as a document number 2003-006569 in the records of Clackamas County. First, Section 9.5 of the Declaration prohibits subdivision of Lot 14. Thus, it cannot be subdivided in order to accommodate access to the proposed Park Place crossing development. Second, any altercation of Lot 14 would require the association's prior approval. Article 6 of the Declaration establishes the association's broad architectural control authority, and Section 6.3 spells it out unambiguously. No building, fence, wall, patio, deck, outbuilding, landscaping, pool, athletic facility, or other structure or improvement shall be erected, altered, added onto, or required upon any portion of the property without the prior written consent of our ACC. Thank you. I actually attended that meeting last year via Zoom, and I saw on there this little part of it, and I actually asked one of the ICON representatives, how are you going to get that road there? And they said, oh, simply, we'll grant ourselves an easement. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Sutton.
Hello, I'm Sarah Sutton. I live in the Trailview neighborhood, Oregon City, and I'm going to continue the letter from our attorney. In short, any change to Lot 14 requires association consent. That means that the existing home cannot be altered and no roadway can be constructed across the lot, even temporarily without the association's consent. That would remain true if ICON were to grant an easement across Lot 14 to a third party. To be clear, the association and its ACC will not approve any alteration to Lot 14 to facilitate using the lot to access ICON's proposed development site. More specifically, the association and its ACC will reject any proposal to alter the existing home on Lot 14 to permit access to Park Place Crossing, and will likewise reject any proposal to alter the land itself for that purpose. Approving any such proposal would be detrimental to the Trailview community, inconsistent with the existing development, and contrary to the requirement in sections 8.1 and 8.2 of the Declaration that all lots in Trailview be limited to single-family residential use. In addition to the above referenced ICON representatives suggesting the existing water line easement over Lot 14 could be used for access to the proposed new development, this is not true. The easement is for the benefit of the Clackamas River Water District and is for a water line. ICON is not the beneficiary of the easement, and in any event, it cannot reasonably be interpreted as permitting general access across the lot. Again, the association will not approve any alteration of Lot 14 to accommodate access to the proposed Park Place Crossing development. If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to contact me directly. Michael D. Montag, Vile Fotheringham, LLP. And another thing I would like to talk about is the traffic. During the fires in September 2020, I was trying to get to work. I'm a registered nurse at Sunnyside, and it took me an hour just to get to the highway. Traffic was stopped. Everyone was trying to evacuate. We were, I think, on a level 2, but I was just trying to get to work. So I was sitting there. I mean, traffic was not moving. So when they're trying to cram all these houses in, I don't know where all those cars are going to go. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sutton.
Thank you. My name is Brian Sutton. I'm a resident of Oregon City. I've lived in the Trailview subdivision since 2003, and I am currently the Homeowners Association president. We've always been concerned about a development going in behind Trailview. However, we've also known that there was not enough room for a collector road between Trailview, the Trailview governed property, and tax lot 400, the Enoch Huang property. When Icon purchased the home on the southeast corner in September 2020, closest to tax lot 14, I was suspicious of their intentions. After all, they're a developer, not a house flipper or a home rental company. As HOA president, however, I knew that regardless of their intentions, they were subject to our covenants, conditions, and restrictions. Imagine my surprise when I saw the initial drawing for Park Place Crossing. This was at the last year's meeting, at the Park Place Neighborhood Association meeting. Their map showed a standard size residential collector road of 85 feet crossing a significant portion of Trailview Lot 14. That's the pinch point there. When we raised an objection at that meeting, telling them that we would not allow this, they mentioned the existing Clackamas River water easement or granting themselves an easement as owners of Lot 14. Apparently, they didn't understand or know our rules. Fast forward to their current proposal. Their new map shows a shrunken collector road of 57 feet instead of the required 85 feet. So they must be aware that they're on shaky grounds trying to use Trailview Lot 14. As I just mentioned, 85 feet is the standard for Oregon City. They are requesting that Oregon City ignore their own rules and shrink the collector road by 28 feet. Even if you were to allow this, they have a big problem. Their new proposal appears to extend at least 5 feet into Lot 14. If you look at the maps, and actually the third page, you'll see an additional map that's a little bit more detailed. Let's see, their new proposal appears to extend at least 5 feet into Lot 14, which is governed by the Trailview Homeowners Association. It is against our rules. Changing our rules requires 75% of the existing homeowners to approve. This will never happen. So if you allow this development to proceed, we will use all legal means necessary to protect our rights to govern our own subdivision. And when we prevail, governments tend to, and courts generally defer to the authority of homeowners associations. You will be faced with the decision to allow Icon to reduce their collector road even further, or Icon will be forced to abandon their project. By the way, the smallest street allowed in Oregon City is a local residential road. These require a 54-foot right-of-way. As designed, Icon has the room for 50 to 52 feet, I'm guessing, because they were never really detailed on how much of the property they were using. To save everyone a great deal of expense and frustration, I respectfully request that you deny their application. And by the way, if you look through their maps, it looks like they're also building a retaining wall on the water easement, which we won't allow, and giving themselves a separate sewer easement, and none of that's allowed in our CC&Rs. So I don't see how they can do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Guile.
Oh, I'm going to have to change. Before I start, since only 4 of you were here, I brought 3 more papers for the 3 commissioners that weren't here last time.
I do have a quick question for staff. We are going to run out of time, and we haven't had that happen before we got through all the public comments, and we do have a stack left. So what do we do? We're going to have to continue it, but can we go to, can we finish the public comments before the hearing at the next one, or are they going to have to listen through the next presentation? How does that work?
So I think if you're going to continue the hearing, you can decide what you want, where you want to start the continued hearing. So we don't have to have another staff report and applicant presentation at the continued hearing, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, we could just start off with the remainder of the public comments.
You can start off with the remainder of the public comments, then perhaps ask questions of staff or, and then rebuttal.
I'm trying to be as fair as possible, and that's all I can come up with. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, they're gonna shut the cameras off. Okay, Mr. Guile.
I need my presentation up, please.
Yeah.
Before I start, just I'm Tom Geil, Oregon City resident. Good to see you all again, commissioners. I wanted to quickly mention something about, somebody mentioned about those 3 properties on Holcomb Boulevard. When I was on the Planning Commission, a few people came to us, showed me checks that the previous owner, Ken Ziegler, was trying to give them $5,000 checks if they would agree to be annexed in. And they said no. They refused to accept those checks and showed them to me. So it's been tried by trickery to get those 3 homes in, and they didn't agree to that. Okay, probably just change the page with me as I talk. The first one is just, let's see if this works. Oh, that went quick. I'm done. Back to the beginning and the map. So what we're going to be...
I'm sorry, I think the mouse has a mind of its own.
I know I talk fast, but not that fast.
Let's try this one more time.
So hopefully my time will be adjusted there. There's, okay. This is the map of Trailview. Oop, there we go again.
Oh, gosh.
Are you
doing it?
Is this a clicker? I thought I'm just using the button for the red light. Maybe my hand is on that button. I've got big fingers. Okay, back to the beginning.
So the pointer would be to point to the screen, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But,
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't. Well, darn,
Yeah.
that's the whole plan. I thought I've seen other presentations do that before. Okay, so I will just not touch that and start my time over, please. I always like to cause a little problem here. Okay, so what we've been seeing tonight is the map of the Trailview and the Park Place concept plan. And I would have liked to have used the red pointer to show you Trailview. I almost feel like I should get up there and show you. You can see all the development around the Trailview area, but let's go into my commentary. I want to talk about the criteria of livability and safety, so it's the next slide, please. The original Park Place concept plan called for a road to connect Holcomb Boulevard to Redland to reduce traffic on an already constrained, narrow Holcomb Road. Instead, there is currently no planned road to connect to Redland. Their plan dead ends at an emergency locked gate down near Livesey Road. Instead, there is a connector road up to Holcomb with openings of the stub roads through an existing neighborhood for the 476 homes. Opening these stub roads will entice new residents to cut through a small neighborhood leading to a half-road entrance called Winston Drive. Next slide. The neighborhoods off Holcomb, off Winston Drive, have only one way in and one way out, and a half a block for 108 homes. And you've already heard some people say it took an hour to get in and out, even out of Winston, just to get on Holcomb, and then another hour to get down during the fire evacuations. What if another evacuation becomes necessary? How could another 477 homes be able to escape where we couldn't even escape? Now, I know that John Replinger, out of my 8 years of being on the Planning Commission, I've never heard him deny any traffic report from any developer. He's gone along with every single one. So I called a commissioner in another city and asked them, can you put me in touch with a traffic engineer? They looked at this report. He said, vehicular traffic is much like water. It will find the path of least resistance, which in this case is through existing neighborhoods. He estimated that the traffic at Winston could exceed 3,000 vehicles before any changes could be made. Now go to the map, if you wouldn't mind, please. I would love to be able to sit there and show you, but look at all those homes down below and look at Holly Lane. Holly Lane winds through there and goes all the way up, turns on Street A and goes up to Holcomb. Why would anybody in their right mind go all the way out of their way up there when they can take a shortcut through Shartner, or they can go through Journey Drive, or they can go through, what's the other one, Cattle Drive? Somebody's going to go right through there, and they all end up at Winston Drive. A half a block is Winston Drive, and if I would have had the red marker, I would have showed you. That's how short it is. You can see the streets in Trailview. Here's Winston Drive, and that's where everybody gets tied up. Page 52 of the staff report has a section about the trigger to complete the road to Redland. B, the applicant shall measure average daily trips volume on Winston Drive, Cattle Drive, and Shortner Drive. They didn't mention Journey Drive in that section. At the time of each DDP application that would route the trips on these streets. If the trips, total existing plus new, will exceed 2,000 per day on any of these streets, the applicant shall ensure a secondary street connection is provided to the south connecting to Redland Road so that drivers have multiple route choices. I almost needed waiters up back there when I heard them talking about this 2,000. A little late for a connector road after you've got 2,000 or 3,000 homes our cars backed up at Winston Drive, a little late. Then they're going to start planning a road a little late. In summary, next slide, yeah, you got it. By the time the daily trips reach 2,000 or more, it's going to be too late for our residents of these neighborhoods because, again, there is only one half blocked to enter or exit this existing neighborhood. If the developer or city would then consider alternative routes, that should have said it. Where are these feasible outlets? There's none. I mean, I've lived up there 18 years. You cannot get out Oak Tree Terrace. There's no way to get down to that. There's no way to get up Pam Drive. The only way to get out is either through Winston Drive or winding all the way around to go up onto Holly Lane, because there's no way to get out. So why not complete those now? And you've heard several people say, let's complete this north-south connector right now. I'd ask for a continuance, like it says, but I think enough people already have, and you run out of time up here. So again, I encourage our planning commissioners to do a site visit. I really appreciate Dirk doing that. That sounds like Greg has, but unless you've seen that area in the short streets and the stub roads that are there, you really have no idea what we're facing. We request that this development not be approved until better roads are planned to allow safe travel routes for existing and new residents of restricted areas off Holcomb Boulevard. And by the way, the city commission already denied a request by the developers a couple years ago that came in asking to be let free of the alleyways and all those kind of the garages behind. The city commission said no. They voted no, you cannot do that. You have to follow the original concept plan. Thank you very much for your time. Wish this would have worked appropriately for you. Have a good time. See you next meeting.
All right, we need a motion to continue, and what's the date we're going to continue to? Mike?
I'd like to make a motion for continuance to a date certain of the next meeting.
May 23rd.
21st or
the next
3rd?
PC meeting, and extend the
23rd.
120-day rule be extended.
Okay, and a second?
Excuse me, can you tell me the date again? I didn't quite understand you.
23rd.
May 23.
Okay.
May 23rd.
Second.
Okay, motion and second, and we call them for a
Do
vote.
we need to ask the applicant about extending the 120-day rule?
The applicant has
believe you
already agreed to extend the 120-day clock.
Well, thank you.
That happened during break. Commissioner Gage, will you be here?
I will.
We still have a quorum.
We're talking the 23rd.
23rd. Everybody else going to be here? Okay. Call for a vote.
Commissioner LaSalle?
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell?
Aye.
Chair Dirk Schlackenhauer? Sorry. Commissioner Daphne West?
Yeah, aye.
I'm so sorry. Commissioner Cage? Aye. Commissioner Stoll?
Aye.
Motion passes. And